Chapter 1642. Is the current martial arts world not good? Shao Qi frowned. Or is it not for the world, but for his own selfish interests? Of course it's for the world. Song Jifan said, if it's for my own selfish interests as an enlightened master, why should I care about other people's business? Third Lady Xiao, don't you think that there are many sects in the world and many innocent people have died because of the constant fighting? It's inevitable. Where there are people, there will be fights, Shao Qi said. Song Jifan said coldly, this is the selfishness of human nature. Without strong restraints, it'll be difficult for the world to be at peace. There won't be peace even if there's 100 years of fighting. Shao Qi nodded. Song Jifan became spirited. If we can unify them and restrict internal fights with sect rules, won't the world be at peace? Shao Qi smiled faintly. Does Leader Song have a sense of justice? Unfortunately, this is difficult, and I don't know how much blood will be shed. It's hard to say if it's right or wrong to stop a war with a weapon. Now that it's stable, it's better not to break it. Although Third Lady Xiao is a lady from the High Duke's public house, your knowledge is still shallow. Song Jifan shook his head. There can be no construction without destruction. Everything is like this. Wait until I destroy these enlightened masters and cut off the grandmasters from interfering. The world will be at peace. Shao Qi was deep in thought. Song Jifan was very perceptive. The world's unpeace was not entirely because of the disputes between the various countries. There were enlightened masters behind the scenes, and behind the enlightened masters was the grandmasters. Chu Li smiled. So, you want to kill all the enlightened masters? That's right. Song Jifan nodded slowly. He did not plan to say these things to avoid alerting the enlightened masters. It would be troublesome if they joined forces to deal with him. It was not that he was afraid of the enlightened masters joining forces. As long as he had the Sky Killer Sword, he had nothing to fear. He was afraid of trouble. It would be stupid to make things that could be easily solved become troublesome. He sighed to himself. It was true that femme fatale. Even though he knew that Shao Qi was Chu Li's wife and was on his side, he did not fully guard himself and could not help but speak his mind. In fact, it was his vanity and instinct to show off. Chu Li shook his head. You're delusional. Do you really think the Grandmasters won't send a Celestial to kill you? Humph, a Celestial being is only SOSO. Song Jifan sneered. Previously, he was afraid of a Celestial, but now he wasn't. When he cultivated a heavenly deity martial art to perfection, even if a Celestial descended, he would be able to fight. Chu Li felt that no one in the world could defeat him. An unprecedented sense of heroism surged in his chest, and he could not help but look at Shao Qi. Everything in the world was up to him, and even a beautiful woman like Shao Qi wanted to belong to him. When he thought of this, his murderous intent towards Chu Li intensified. Without saying a word, he lightly slapped Chu Li with his palm. This palm was light and graceful as a noble young master strolling leisurely in the cool breeze, pleasing to the eye. In front of Shao Qi, he chose the most elegant palm technique. Even if it was elegant, it was enough to kill Chu Li. Qi. An invisible force suddenly attacked his heart. It was so fast that it was hard to dodge. The Supreme Sword Qi had arrived. He hurriedly turned sideways and shrunk his chest. The chest area of his green robe had already split open, revealing the black satin underneath. Qi, 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 Qi. Amidst a series of whistling sounds, several sword Qis attacked, and there was no way to dodge. He shouted, and his body trembled as if he was shivering. Suddenly, an invisible force burst out, like a halo that spread out and met the invisible Sword Qi. Light flashed, and 4 Sword Qi appeared, as if they had collided with a light shield. Chu Li was deep in thought. He had never seen this light shield before, and it was able to block the Supreme Sword Qi. Its power was shocking enough, so it seemed to be an enlightened master's martial arts. Qi, 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 Qi. An endless stream of Sword Qi shot at the light shield. Song Jifan squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. As his inner energy circulated, the The light shield suddenly became bright, like a glazed cover covering him. When the sword chi hit the light shield, it was like a rocket drilling into the water, silently annihilated. Pop! A crisp sound was heard, and the glazed cover shattered. Song Jifan suddenly disappeared in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. A deep pit appeared where he was, densely packed together. At first glance, it looked like a magnified honeycomb, which showed how powerful the sword chi was. Chuli could not help but exclaim. While he was improving, the madam was not idle either. She was also improving very quickly, and the power of the sword chi had greatly increased. Song Jifan appeared 10 feet away and shouted, "Third Lady Xiao, it was you who attacked, wasn't it?" Xiao Qi nodded. "Yes, I wanted to see if you were qualified to fight with my husband. It seems like you're still far from it." He. Song Jifan was furious. He was forced to retreat by Xiao Qi, which was extremely embarrassing and humiliating. His murderous intent toward Chu Li grew, and he sneered. "Chu Li, I heard that you relied on women to get to where you are today, and it's true. You have to hide behind women for everything." Chu Li smiled. "It's a good thing to have a woman like the madam to rely on." Xiao Qi pursed her lips and looked at him with a smile. Chu Li said, "Leader Song, if you have any other skills, quickly use them. My patience is limited, and I really don't want to talk nonsense and daydream with you here." "Die!" Song Jifan roared and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Chu Li. Chu Li turned his head and looked at him. Bang! Song Jifan felt that Chu Li's gaze was like a sword, instantly piercing into his mind, wanting to kill him. At this critical moment, Song Jifan did not care about hiding anymore. He roared, and his body shone brightly. A white light shrouded him, and his ferocious face could be vaguely seen in the white light. Bang, 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 bang. He felt the sword in his mind break through layers of restraints, and even the Divine Soul Protection Talisman could not block this sword. In an instant, it was in front of him, and he suddenly blacked out. Song Jifan desperately activated the Eternal Ageless technique. Suddenly, the surrounding void seemed to collapse, and Chu Li and Xiao Qi felt a great attraction force, and could not help but move forward. Lu Jun held the stone table tightly, and the stone table shook slightly, as if it was about to fly up. Bang! Song Jifan's body flew out in the air, crashing into the forest in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. 5 jujube trees were smashed in half, and only then did he stop his body. He stood up with the help of the tree, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His face suddenly changed from old to handsome middle-aged, as if he had disguised himself. Xiao Qi looked at Chu Li, not knowing what kind of divine technique this was. Lu Jun also looked at Chu Li hesitantly, and his hand was on the hilt of his sword, but he did not dare to draw it. Song Jifan stared at Chu Li. His eyes were dim, and his spirit was dispirited. Although he was lucky to survive with the protection of the Divine Soul Protection Talisman, there was only one Divine Soul Protection Talisman, and there would not be a second one. Next time, would he be able to block Chu Li's attack? Chu Li smiled and nodded. To be able to block this sword, you really have some skills. Song Jifan gritted his teeth, and his voice was hoarse. What martial art is this? Chu Li smiled. The Changshan Church has countless divine techniques. As the bishop, you're experienced and knowledgeable, so you can guess. If you guess correctly, you can tell me next time. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Xiao Qi's slender waist and suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1643. Bang! The stone table broke into pieces. Song Jifan slowly retracted his palm. His handsome face was pale. Bishop, Lu Jun hesitated and whispered, "Are you okay? What do you think?" Song Jifan scoffed and glared at him. "You should shut up now." Lu Jun said, Yes, but I'm confused. What's going on?" Since he had not seen Chu Li and Xiao Qi fight, he only saw the bishop dancing and fighting happily as if he was suffering from hysteria. He was fighting with an illusory person, which made him inexplicably worried. Song Jifan said impatiently, "What do you think is going on? Am I hallucinating?" "Of course not." Lu Jun shook his head. Song Ji Fan said, "Didn't you see me using the colored glazed treasure shield? If I did it on my own, would the colored glazed treasure shield be destroyed?" Yes. Lu Jun nodded in realization. Bishop, what's going on? Shapeless sword. Song Ji Fan gritted his teeth. They've mastered the shapeless sword. If you were in their shoes, you wouldn't even be able to take one hit. You'll die mysteriously. That's the real mystery. Lu Jun scratched his head in embarrassment. Shapeless sword? Why haven't I heard of it? There are many things you haven't heard of. Song Ji Fan was upset. All right, you'll know in the future. I really don't know what kind of sword technique Third Lady Xiao practices. Chu Li's sword technique is even more strange and unpredictable. He broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of this. If it wasn't for the protective soul talisman, he would have definitely died this time. All of his grand plans would have vanished into thin air. He didn't even know if he would be able to enter the heavens beyond heavens to meet the founding master. Even if he could meet the founding master, he would be ashamed. Bishop, we have to save Elder Bai, Lu Jun said. Song Ji Fan frowned. You decide. Lu Jun hurriedly said, Old Bailey has saved my life. Moreover, he is intelligent, experienced, and cunning. If he can join the cult, he will definitely become a capable general. How can I give up on such a person? Yes, send someone to find out. If we really find him, I'll do it myself. Song Ji Fan said. Lu Jun was overjoyed. Thank you, Bishop. There's nothing to thank me for. Song Ji Fan scoffed. He's also my subordinate. I really can't give up on such a talent. But Chu Li is cunning. You have to be careful. Don't fall into his trap. He even dared to kill me, not to mention you. Yes. Lu Jun patted his chest and said, Don't worry, cult master. I'll send someone over secretly and won't act recklessly. You finally made some progress. Song Ji Fan nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he started working with Bailey Na, little Lu had indeed improved a lot. He was no longer a hothead. He waved his hand and said, Don't disturb me anymore. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Yes. Lu Jun quickly nodded. Song Ji Fan suddenly disappeared. Lu Jun heaved a long sigh of relief and fluttered away. Chu Li and Xiao Qi returned to the imperial residence of King and Co. Shi, who was strumming her strings in the gazebo in the backyard, suddenly raised her head and asked with a face full of smiles, Did we win? Chu Li smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to you, madam. Co. Qi rolled her eyes at him and said, I've used so many swords, but it's not as effective as your one sword. Chu Li shook his head and said, I can only use this one sword. I can't use it a second time. If it wasn't for madam, I wouldn't have dared to use this sword. But if I can use it another 2 times, I'll finish him off this time. If you finish him off, you'll be finished too. Co. Shi scoffed and said, Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill him? Chu Li said, I still have to test his strength. Have you tested him out? Co. Shi asked. The 3 of them sat down in the gazebo. Suru, who was wearing an apricot gown, served them tea. She sat beside Co. Qi and looked at her and Chu Li with concern. Chu Li sighed and said, He's a very arrogant fellow. He was a little scared. He did not expect the god-slaying sword to be so powerful that it almost killed Song Ji Fan. The omniscient mirror could not see through Song Ji Fan's thoughts, so he knew that Song Ji Fan had a treasure weapon to protect his soul. However, he did not expect the treasure weapon to shatter in one blow. It was not that the treasure weapon was weak, but the power of the god-slaying sword was beyond his imagination. This was also because he had cultivated in a hurry and his level of attainment was not high enough. Co. Qi said, This kind of lunatic is very scary, especially when he's an enlightened master. We have to be careful. She believed that Song Ji Fan was telling the truth. An enlightened master with the support of a celestial being to unify the world must not be taken as a lunatic's ravings. Instead, they must be vigilant. Chu Li nodded. As for Li Xing has sighed, he had not made a move yet. Once he did, it would be a thunderous blow. He guessed that Stargazing Pavilion had not been able to see through the Longevity Church, so they did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that they would be attacked instead. Perhaps they knew that Song Ji Fan could not be provoked, so they avoided harm. How? Co. Shi pouted her red lips. We can't kill him, but we can't cripple him either. Chu smiled and said, "It's time for Bai Li to appear." Xiao Qi and Xiao sure laughed. They felt that it was very interesting. They really wanted to see Song Jifan's expression when he found out about Bai Li Na's identity. Xiao Qi said, "Let's return to the public house first. I'll help with the preparations to prevent any flaws. This fellow is very smart. We can't underestimate him." Chu nodded. "Then I'll go too." Xiao sure smiled. She was bored, so she naturally wanted to join in the fun. Chu smiled as he brought the two ladies back to the public house. Then he came back to bring Suru back. Xiao Qi began to arrange people to set up a scam, while Chu returned to Goddess Attraction Mountain to continue cultivating his sword technique. He put aside the sword technique that he had yet to integrate and focused on cultivating the god-slaying sword. The cultivation environment for the god-slaying sword needed to be spacious enough, or the people around him would be accidentally injured or killed. He sat in his basilica. There was no one around him. Soon, he entered the void of his mind. An illusory sword shadow slowly appeared in the void and became clearer. A surging killing intent condensed, and the sword shadow became clearer and more solid. Time seemed to have slowed down and even stopped. After an unknown period of time, an extremely real ancient sword appeared above the heavenly demon's head. It seemed to be breathing the air of the void and seemed to be alive. Chu Li's figure appeared in the void of his mind, and he looked up at the ancient sword. The power of this sword was too strong. It could easily destroy one's soul. Those who were killed by this sword could not be reincarnated, nor could they enter the Outland. If anyone else knew about this sword technique, they would not tolerate its existence. This sword technique was too insidious. It should not be used unless there was a deep hatred. Chu thought about it and condensed another sword shadow in his mind. It was extremely difficult to condense the sword shadow. After a long time, it was still just a shadow, as if it was disturbed by the ancient sword above the heavenly demon's head and could not condense. Chu had an idea. He did not go against the ancient sword. Instead, the shadow turned into a mist and slowly shrank until it turned into a thin needle. It was no different from an embroidery needle. Although it was thin, it exuded a simple and beautiful feeling. It was similar to the ancient sword above the heavenly demon's head. Chu smiled. Such a thin needle would not be fatal when it pierced into one's soul. It could cause one to be in a trance or even lose consciousness. If he took the opportunity to attack, the other party would not be able to resist. It was more covert than the god-slaying sword technique. He could only use the ancient sword at a crucial moment to turn the tables. It would be best if he used the god-slaying needle during normal times. As soon as this thought appeared, Chu condensed the sword again and turned it into a thin needle that floated in front of the Great Light Buddha. It looked no different from a real needle. He was eager to test its power. Chapter 1644. Song Jifan came to the main gate of the Yi public house alone. He was dressed in a green robe and wore a golden crown on his head. He looked like a noble young master with an elegant bearing. Two protectors from the house of high dukes stepped forward and stood in front of him. Song Jifan glanced at the two of them and flicked his fingers as if he was joking. Bang, bang. The two public house protectors flew straight to the main gate as if they were hit by a running elephant. The red lacquered door trembled and made a muffled sound. The bronze nails on the door flashed with yellow light. Who is it? The door was pulled open and 10 protectors rushed out. 2 of them were grandmasters and 8 were innate masters. They surrounded Song Jifan in an instant and glared at him. Song Jifan casually glanced at the crowd and shook his head. Let Lady Xiao out. Who exactly are you? One of the grandmasters shouted. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance. He squinted his eyes and stared at Song Jifan. He felt a turbulent and violent power, as if he was in the middle of a raging ocean. He almost could not stand and had to retreat. His breathing became difficult. If this continued, he would not be able to breathe. The other Grandmaster also felt it, but the rest of the innate masters did not feel anything strange. They only felt that this fellow in front of them was standing with his hands behind his back with an arrogant expression looking down on them from above. This made them extremely displeased, and they wished for nothing more than to slap him and make him piss his pants in terror. Let's see if he could still maintain this arrogant attitude. Song Ji-fan said lightly, the longevity denomination. Song Ji-fan. Okay, I'll go in and report. The Grandmaster shouted. He turned around and glided away. Xiao Qi was wearing a snow-white robe and was quietly reading the dossier on the Jade Guardian Island. The public house had been expanding rapidly in the past year, and many new people had entered. Although the Gloriesville courtyard was there to prevent spies from sneaking in, they did not know the temperament and style of many masters. It was difficult to use them appropriately and could not fully display their talents and wisdom to strengthen the public house. Suddenly, a clear sound was heard, and Su Ru glided in. My lady, someone broke in. Okay. Xiao Qi nodded. Go and take a look. Usually, she would not personally go and just send someone to take a look. The protectors in the public house were getting stronger and stronger. There were many grandmasters, and they were enough to deal with them. She was the one handling everything, and they were useless. However, this signal was a call for help. It meant that the person who broke in was extremely powerful, and the public house could not handle it. I'll go too, Su Ru quickly said. Xiao Qi shook her head. Just wait on the island. Xiao Qi flashed and disappeared in front of Su Ru. Su Ru shook her head helplessly. She still had to train hard, or else she would really become a burden to Mississippi Chief Song. Xiao Qi asked in surprise when she saw Song Ji-fan standing in the middle of a group of masters. Song Ji-fan stood in the middle of a circle of masters with his hands clasped behind his back. 20 innate masters and grandmasters were severely injured and could not move. They were lying on the ground and looked no different from being dead. Co Chi's jade-like face darkened. Don't worry, third Miss Xiao. Their lives aren't in danger. They just lost their martial arts, Song Ji-fan said lightly. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have been able to see you, right? Xiao is I, lady and master. House. Master, I Xiao, master Li I House Xiao. My husband is not in the public house. If you want to find him, go to Goddess Attraction Mountain. I will go to Goddess Attraction Mountain. Song Ji-fan said, come and meet Miss Xiao first. Xiao Qi asked, why are you looking for me? To capture Miss Xiao, Song Ji-fan said. Xiao Qi laughed. Why me? Because you're Chu Li's wife. Song Ji-fan shook his head. I want to find Chu Li and force him to hand over something, but he doesn't want to. I can only exchange it with Miss Xiao. Xiao Qi said, is it the Sky Killer Sword? Song Ji-fan's eyes narrowed and slowly nodded. Seems like you know. Xiao Qi said, I can't give you the Sky Killer Sword. It was given to him by Goddess Attraction Mountain. How can he give it to someone else? That depends on whether he wants the Sky Killer Sword or you, Miss Xiao. Song Ji-fan said, Miss Xiao, you're so beautiful. I don't believe he can ignore you. You're not as good as a sword. Xiao Qi said, I heard this sword is very important. What did Chu Li say? Song Ji-fan raised his eyebrows. Xiao Qi smiled. He said that this sword is related to the improvement of your strength. With this sword, you can kill enlightened masters. Without this sword, it won't be so easy for you to kill enlightened masters. A bunch of nonsense. Song Ji-fan's heart sank, and he sneered. This sword is only related to my ancestor's sword. It's related to my prestige and whether or not I can recruit the ancestors' men under my banner. Oh, Xiao Qi said, is that all? Song Ji-fan scoffed. Why would I lie to you, Miss Xiao? Xiao Qi shook her head. I still believe my husband. Since he said that, he must have a reason. The two stood in the middle of a group of people and spoke calmly. The High Duke's public house protectors on the ground pricked up their ears to listen to these secrets. Although their martial arts were crippled, they were not that worried because there were spirit pills in the High Duke's public house that could restore their martial arts. In recent years, the High Duke's public house had been prosperous. One reason was that Chu Li's prestige and martial arts were constantly improving. The other reason was that there were more and more spirit pills. Moreover, they were all unique spirit pills, such as the spirit blessing pill that could save one's life and the miracle cure pill that could restore one's martial arts. You believe Chu Li's nonsense? Song Jifan scoffed. Miss Xiao, you're not such a shallow person, are you? Xiao Qi said, I believe that he's not talking nonsense. It's you who is lying, leader Song. You've really lost the demeanor of a leader. Your longevity church wants to dominate the world, but as a leader, you only have this kind of demeanor? Song Jifan felt a little uncomfortable. Although Xiao Qi was married, she was still a rare beauty in the world. Moreover, her temperament was cold, and her martial arts were superb. She could not be compared to those ordinary women, so he could not bear to be looked down upon by her. All right, there's no harm in telling you. He scoffed. Chu Li is right. This sword is really important, so I must get it. Miss Xiao, you've wronged me. Like what my husband said, you can unleash the power of the Sky Killer Sword and kill enlightened masters like slaughtering chickens. Xiao Qi said. Song Jifan said, Indeed. Why? Xiao Qi frowned. My husband cultivated the Sky Killer 3 forms, but he can't do that. Song Jifan scoffed. It's rare for him to be able to cultivate the Sky Killer 3 forms. Unfortunately, he didn't get the Sky Killer script. The power of the Sky Killer 3 forms is greatly reduced, and the power of the Sky Killer sword can't be unleashed. Xiao Qi nodded slowly. I see. Song Jifan said, Miss Xiao, don't worry. If Chu Li knows about this, he'll choose the Sky Killer sword between you and the Sky Killer sword. That depends on Leader Song's ability, Xiao Qi said. Song Jifan flicked his finger. Bang! A muffled sound erupted between the two as if 2 bulls had collided. The people on the ground were pushed away. The invisible force was so strong that they could not stop their bodies. The regal sword hovering above Xiao Qi's head was extremely sharp. It shot out an invisible sword energy in time to block the strange finger force. The 2 forces were invisible but had substance. Moreover, they were pure and powerful. Song Jifan frowned and flicked his finger continuously. Chapter 1645. Xiao Qi slowly took 2 steps back, as if she was no match for Song Jifan's finger force. Song Jifan's enlightened god field was incomparably powerful, and it gave Xiao Qi a lot of pressure. Back when she was with Chu Li, she did not feel this way. Song Jifan's enlightened god's field was silently neutralized by Chu Li and did not give her any pressure. Now that she was facing it alone, she finally understood how powerful Song Jifan was. The surging pressure surged like a tidal wave, wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, pressuring her to the point that she could not breathe. The might of an enlightened master was indeed unstoppable to a grandmaster. Even though she had mastered the regal sword scripture, she was still not a deity and could not ignore the deity field. Cult Master Song, there's something I don't understand. Unknowingly, the 2 of them entered the main door and entered the main hall. However, no one came to the main hall. All the protectors of the High Duke's public house were informed not to approach. Meanwhile, the people who were lying on the ground had been pushed far away and only stopped when they reached the foot of the wall. After being squeezed by the 2 forces, they fainted one after another. The aftermath of the battle between an enlightened master and a top-notch grandmaster was too much for them to bear. Song Jifan grunted, Speak. He kept flicking his fingers and said indifferently, It's really rare for you to be able to block my 3-elemental finger. This is a heavenly god's martial art. He could not help but flaunt in front of Xiao Qi and suppress Chu Li. Even if he did not have any improper thoughts about Xiao Qi, it was still a man's instinct when facing a beautiful woman. He wanted to make her regret marrying Chu Li and secretly admire him. Xiao Qi asked, Leader Song, you're an enlightened master, right? Of course. Song Jifan said, Is there any doubt? Xiao Qi said, I'm very curious. How did you become an enlightened master? There are only 2 ways to become an enlightened master. One is to be conferred by the heavens, and the other is to gather the 4 spirit beasts' martial arts and cultivate them to perfection. Leader Song should be the second way, right? Yes, there are only 2, Song Jifan said. As the 2 of them spoke, the Taishang sword Qi and the 3 primordial fingers clashed continuously. The surrounding flowers and grass were torn apart, and fluttered in the air. Then, they were shattered by the invisible force and turned into powder that flew everywhere. Shao Qi asked, "So, cult leader song, did you take the second path?" "I created a path of my own to become a god." Song Jifan smiled proudly and said, "I didn't choose either of the two paths, so I was struck by the heavenly thunder and chased by the celestial beings. In the end, they couldn't do anything to me." Shao Qi smiled faintly. "If that's the case, Leader Song is no longer afraid of the Grandmaster." "Of course," Song Jifan said. "That's why I can kill enlightened masters if I want to, let alone Chu Li." Shao Qi said, "I'm very curious as to how Leader Song became an enlightened master." Song Jifan shook his head and said, "This is a top secret. I can't tell anyone who isn't close to me." Shao Qi nodded slowly. "If that's the case, we have nothing else to say." With a thought, the heart sword of the Supreme Sword was activated. Bo 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 bo. Suddenly, 4 balls of light appeared in front of Song Jifan's forehead. They were as bright as jade plates, blocking the Taishang sword's heart sword attack. Song Jifan's expression changed slightly. He squinted his eyes and stared at Shao Qi. "Well, Third Lady Shao, I've underestimated you." Shao Qi shook her head regretfully. "I didn't expect Leader Song to be prepared. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have been plotted against by you." Song Jifan shook his head. He was a little annoyed. He felt that he was deceived by Shao Qi. There was a sense of betrayal that turned into a raging, murderous intent. Bam, 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 bam. He quickly flicked his fingers, trying to suppress Shao Qi. He did not believe that his enlightened master's power could not defeat Shao Qi. If he could not even defeat Shao Qi, how could he defeat Chu Li? It would be a joke. Shao Qi kept retreating to reduce the suppression of the enlightened master's field. She did not know how long she could last. "I didn't want to hurt you." Song Jifan shook his head and sighed. "But now, it seems that I have to hurt you. Forgive me." He suddenly stretched out his left hand and flicked his fingers. His left and right hands played at the same time, as if he was playing a zither. Suddenly, the 2 finger energies merged. Bam! After a muffled sound, Shao Qi suddenly dodged to the left. A deep hole appeared in the living room wall behind her. The finger energy penetrated the wall and went straight into the living room. The power of the finger energy could be seen. Shao Qi secretly took a deep breath. Fortunately, she was alert. If she did not dodge in time and was hit by the finger, there would be a bloody hole in her body. Moreover, it would be difficult for her to get rid of the enlightened master's finger energy. She would be seriously injured, and it would be difficult for her to fight again. She frowned and stared at Song Jifan's finger energy. Suddenly, she felt something and had a flash of inspiration. The regal sword's several sword energies overlapped. The regal sword's sword energy was extremely fast. It was faster than Song Jifan's flicking of fingers. Shao Qi moved her mind, and more than 10 swords were shot out. TSS. The sound of silk ripping came from the void. The regal sword's energy pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Song Jifan. Song Jifan hurriedly moved to the right. The sword energy brushed past him. The cold air hit his face, and he had goosebumps all over his body. Bam! The rockery behind him exploded and scattered in all directions. Shao Qi smiled faintly. Her sword energy could also overlap. Bam, 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 bam. Song Jifan was in a stalemate with her. There was no grass or rocks around the open space between them. The empty ground looked like it had been plowed. Shao Qi suddenly had a thought. The regal sword's heart sutra shot out at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. Suddenly, 2 bright light discs appeared in front of Song Jifan's forehead and exploded. Song Jifan's expression changed, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Shao Qi took a deep breath and did not move. The regal sword was on guard. Bam! Song Jifan suddenly appeared behind her and attacked her back with his palm. However, it was blocked by the regal sword's energy. When the palm energy and the sword energy collided, a dull and deafening explosion was heard. It was like a giant wood hitting a big drum. Shao Qi said, "Leader Song, let's stop." "Third Lady Shao." Song Jifan said in a deep voice, "I've underestimated you." Xiao Qi said, "Leader Song, forgive me for not sending you off." Although she could block Song Jifan's sneak attack, she could not do anything to him. He could rely on the enlightened master's ability to travel across the void to maintain an invincible position. She could only break through his defense with her sword. As she thought about this, she suddenly moved. The regal sword released several heart swords that merged in the void. There were a few more sword energies than before. Pop! Another bright light disc appeared in front of Song Jifan's forehead, but it immediately shattered. His body swayed, and he was in a trance for a moment. He was about to fall. Xiao Qi's sword energy shot out from the regal sword. Bam, 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 bam. The sword energy missed, and the ground was densely packed with honeycombs. Song Jifan had disappeared. Xiao Qi shook her head. She could not do anything about this. She said to the void, "Leader Song, why don't you ask my husband to come over?" "Humph. It will be best if he came." Song Jifan's voice sounded in the void. It was ethereal. Xiao Qi's sword energy shot into the air, but still missed. She shook her head and said, "If that's the case, I'll ask my husband to come over." "That would be great." Song Jifan scoffed. Xiao Qi chuckled and shook her head. She sensed that Song Jifan had disappeared. Being able to face an enlightened master without being defeated or injured, she was proud of her martial arts. When she thought about this, her smile widened. Chapter 1646. She widened her eyes in disbelief, but soon she felt relieved. This was the true ability of an enlightened master. If it was so easy, he would not be worthy of being called an enlightened master. She shook her head in the air and sighed. She still had to work hard to cultivate. It was not easy to defeat an enlightened master. If she stayed by Chu Li's side now, she would still be a burden. Bang! She slammed into the wall. Her back felt like it was being burned by a soldering iron. The intense pain was like torture. She took a deep breath to suppress the pain and looked at Song Jifan. Song Jifan appeared where she was previously and smiled at her. "Third Lady Xiao, I've shown my true ability this time. How does it feel?" Xiao Qi said, "You do have some skills." "That's good." Song Jifan scoffed. "You must feel terrible now, right? What palm technique is this?" Xiao Qi asked. "An enlightened master's martial arts, heart-eroding palm," Song Jifan said. "I know you must be in pain. Third Lady Xiao, you don't have to endure it. An enlightened master's martial arts is indeed extraordinary," Xiao Qi said. She desperately used her inner energy to suppress the strange palm energy. It felt like a ball of fire was burning her back. She could almost smell the burning skin on her back. No matter how hard she tried, she could not suppress the fire. Not only could she not suppress it, but it also grew stronger. It was like adding oil to the fire. The pain became more intense, and she could not help but moan. Song Jifan stared at her beautiful face with a smile. He wanted to see how she was suffering. He was inexplicably excited. Chu Li could not have such a stunning beauty, so he could not let Chu Li have her. In that case, he would destroy her. Chu Li suddenly appeared beside her and gently pressed his palm on her back. Suddenly, a gurgling cool air entered her body and extinguished the fire. Moreover, it moistened the palm print, making it feel cool and comfortable. "Why are you here?" Xiao Qi turned her head and asked. As soon as she smelled Chu Li's scent, her heart calmed down and her body relaxed. She was completely wrapped in a sense of security and leaned comfortably on his shoulder. Chu Li reached out and hugged her slender waist. He smiled. "Why didn't you tell me to come earlier?" He could sense that Xiao Qi was in danger and could instantly rush back. Xiao Qi was not in a life-threatening situation. If it was not for his soul being strengthened by the God-killing sword decree, he would not have been able to sense it. Xiao Qi said, "You were in isolated cultivation. I didn't want to disturb you." Chu Li scoffed. "How can my cultivation be more important than your safety?" "He's fine for now." Xiao Qi smiled. Chu Li's face darkened, and he glared at her. Xiao Qi shook his arm to please him. Song Jifan gritted his teeth and let out a squeaking sound. His eyes were burning with anger as he glared at them. These two fellows were only minding their own business by saying sweet nothings to each other. They simply did not take her seriously at all. Shao-Chi was cold and arrogant, just like a fairy who did not belong to the mortal world. However, when she was in front of Chu-Li, she immediately acted like a helpless little bird. It was simply outrageous. The inexplicable jealousy and resentment turned into a surge of raging, killing intent. It disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind Chu-Li in the next moment. Chu-Li turned to look at him and shouted, "Tut!" Hearing this, Song Jifan couldn't help but look up at him. Bam! He was instantly sent flying backwards. The brilliance on his body flickered endlessly, becoming brighter and brighter. Huh, you even have a protective artifact. Chu-Li was surprised. Song Jifan gritted his teeth and stared at Shao-Chi. He did not look at Chu-Li. After that, he also thought a way to break Chu-Li's god-slaying sword. He just had to not look at Chu-Li's eyes. Chu-Li's secret skill was performed through the eyes. Only when their eyes met would he take advantage of the situation. If he did not look at him and did not give him a chance to look at him, he would be able to avoid it. However, he did not expect Chu-Li to suddenly shout and shake his mind. He instinctively looked up and was hit. Shao-Chi frowned. He really has a lot of treasures. Then again, Chu-Li laughed. Since Leader Song can't deal with me, he went for my wife. His behavior is despicable. He really doesn't look like a leader. Is the Changshan Church full of such lowly people? Shut up. Song Jifan gritted his teeth and scoffed. He stared straight at Shao-Chi and said coldly, "It's not up to you to comment on whether the Changshan Church is good or bad." Chu-Li shook his head. "Come and find me if you have the ability. You want the sky-killing sword. Fine, come and get it with your ability. You have the enlightened master's martial arts, but you can't even defeat a grandmaster like me. How dare you say that you're the best in the martial arts world and invincible?" Song Jifan gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to stop himself from impulsively glaring at him. Chu-Li's words were like a sword that pierced his heart. He was also deeply ashamed of his behavior. However, there was nothing he could do. If he could not get the sky-killing sword, his plan could not be carried out. The sky-killing sword was the most important step. He had to get it no matter what, even if he had to resort to despicable means. Chu-Li said, "Why? You don't dare to look at me. Surnamed Chu, don't think that I can't do anything to you." Song Jifan scoffed. He was secretly annoyed at himself for being so impatient. He had just mastered 2 enlightened masters' martial arts, but he could not wait to make a move. He was afraid that there would be more variables. If Chu-Li threw the sky-killing sword to 100,000 hills, he would be blind. However, 2 enlightened masters' martial arts could not restrain Chu-Li. Initially, he used a trick to restrain Shao-Chi in exchange for the sky-killing sword. However, he did not expect Shao-Chi to be so powerful. She was even more powerful than before. When he spent so much effort to subdue her, he had already alerted Chu-Li. Chu-Li said calmly, "I know you can kill me. Come me then. I'll see what the Changshan Church is capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up and he chuckled. "Do you think you can avoid me by not looking at me? Kill." He softly uttered the word kill. Bang! Song Jifan flew backward again. The brilliance on his body was even brighter. It was as if 5 or 6 tallow candles were flickering on his body. Kill! Chu-Li softly uttered again. Bang! Song Jifan flew horizontally in the air again. The brilliance was suddenly dazzling, as if the sun had descended. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he suddenly disappeared into the void. Chu-Li shook his head. He left just like that. It's really boring. He had launched a total of 3 god-killing needles, and they were all blocked. However, he believed that one more needle would be able to break them. This proved that the power of the god-killing needles was far inferior to the god-killing sword. Shao-Chi chuckled. You should have injured him and asked him about his enlightened master's path. According to him, it's a different path. Maybe you can take it too. It'll save you the trouble of collecting the other 3 martial arts. Chu-Li said, I've already deduced his enlightened master's technique. The incarnation orb is made from the heaven and God pill. By channeling one's cultivation level into the incarnation orb, It'll be purified into the enlightened master's power. Then it'll flow back. It's like changing blood. It's almost the same process as becoming a grandmaster. Shao Qi frowned. You can't do that. Chu Li shook his head. This method is too vicious. Turning the heaven and God pill into the incarnation orb is an extremely evil method. Forget it. I see, Shao Qi said. It seems like the Changshin Church isn't an orthodox sect. It's hard to distinguish between good and evil. Chu Li shook his head. Shao Qi sighed. That's even worse for the martial arts world. Chu Li said, let's talk about this after I've cultivated to a sufficient level. Let's find out the truth about the Changshin Church first. How's Bailey Na's plan going? The day he was not afraid of Song Wuji would be the day Song Jifan was killed. There's no problem. Shao Qi smiled. Lu Jun is about to make his move. Chapter 1647. P.S. The 48th Guild Master has been born. Guild Master Demimajo. Chu Li transformed into Bailey Na and appeared in a valley. This was a very secluded valley. It was almost impossible to find it from the outside because the valley entrance was hidden by the forest. Lu Jun was able to discover this ravine thanks to the secret signal left behind by Chu Li. When Chu Li and Lu Jun were together, they had set up a secret code. Lu Jun had been secretly sending people to find out news about Bailey Na. In the end, he heard that Bailey Na's martial arts had been crippled and he was expelled from Chongming Town. This was because Bailey Na did not kill the protectors of the public house. He only crippled their martial arts. Although he had crippled 3 of them, the public house was still merciful and did not kill them. They only crippled his martial arts and chased him out of Chongming Town. From then on, he was not allowed to step into Chongming Town. This move was to promote the benevolence of the High Duke's public house and also to stop the war. It was to make the people who wanted to go against the High Duke's public house think twice and leave a way out. Even if they were caught by the High Duke's public house in the future, they would not die. If they killed Bailey Na directly, then the enemies of the High Duke's public house would not have any scruples when they attacked. Killing the protectors of the High Duke's public house would mean death. Crippling their martial arts would also mean death, so it would be better to kill them directly. There was a fire next to a small pond in the valley. Chu Li was sitting next to the fire and roasting meat. He looked rather nourished, but his face was ashen and his breath was weak. It was as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time and never get up again. Elderbot, Lu Jun's eyes reddened when he saw Chu Li. I finally found you. He strode towards Chu Li and patted him on the shoulder. Chu Li grinned and smiled bitterly. One more, and I'll fall apart. Sorry, I forgot. Lu Jun hurriedly waved his hand. He was so excited that he could not suppress his emotions. If he did not pat Chu Li, he would not be able to vent his excitement. It took him a lot of effort to finally find Chu Li. Chu Li sighed. Brother Lu, why are you looking for me? I'm already a cripple. What cripple? Lu Jun hurriedly said. Isn't it just crippling his martial arts? It's a small matter. Chu Li looked at him doubtfully. My martial arts can be restored? Of course. Lu Jun nodded vigorously. Leave your martial arts to me. Chu Li looked excited and asked, how do I recover? Isn't there a rejuvenation pill? Lu Jun said, I'll buy one. Chu Li sighed and looked dejected. The miracle cure pill is not for sale to outsiders. It doesn't matter how much money you have. That's because you don't have enough money. Lu Jun curled his lips and said, I don't believe that 100,000 taels of silver can't buy a spring-returning pill. No. Chu Li shook his head. Then 200,000. Lu Jun snorted. If 200,000 is not enough, 300,000. If 300,000 is not enough, 500,000. What if 500,000 is not enough? Chu Li asked. Lu Jun was stunned. If 500,000 is not enough, then I won't buy it. Chu Li sighed. My life is so bitter. I've always been unlucky. I've been searching hard, but I haven't achieved anything. I didn't expect to meet Bishop and Brother Lu when I'm old, but who knew? As he said this, he shook his head with a myriad of emotions. I've struggled bitterly for 200 years. My martial arts skills are not enhanced, and it's difficult for me to reach the level of a deity. In the end, it's all for naught. Ridiculous. That's enough, Bailey. Lu Jun said impatiently. If I really can't by the spring returning pill, I'll ask Bishop to help. Bishop can restore your martial arts. Bishop must be very tired, right? Chu Li said, restoring martial arts is not a small matter. It's not a big deal. It's just that Bishop has been in a bad mood recently, so I don't want to trouble Bishop in case he scolds me. But if there's really no other way, I'll have to force myself to ask Bishop for help. Sigh. It's been hard on Brother Lu. Chu Li sighed. He sighed in his heart. Song Jifan was indeed a vicious person. This Lu Jun was rare. He was simple and loyal. Because of that, he became Song Jifan's confidant. After all, only such a person could be at ease and not be on guard. Lu Jun's martial arts skills were slightly inferior, but he knew a lot. Brother Lu, I heard that there's a way to cultivate to become an enlightened master. Chu Li stirred the roasted meat. The golden oil sizzled and fell on the flame, giving off a tempting aroma. He stirred the roasted meat and said casually, Bishop must have used this method, right? I really don't know. Lu Jun sat opposite him. He tore off a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and sighed in satisfaction. Anyway, I'm still miles away from becoming an enlightened master. Chu Li said, did Bishop gather all 4 spirit beast heart techniques? I heard that the dragon taming technique is the antique study of Goddess Attraction Mountain. It's never taught to outsiders. How did Bishop get it? Who knows? Maybe it was passed down by the founder? Lu Jun shook his head. Chu Li frowned. What about the other 3? Brother Lu, have you heard of them? He was excited. He felt that he could get some useful information from Lu Jun. Lu Jun thought about it and said, I've heard of them, but I've never seen them. I heard that these 4 heart techniques were originally the antique study of Spirit Beast sect. Spirit Beast sect? Chu Li was excited. Lu Jun said, I've only seen them in the scattered records of the church's secret library. I don't remember them clearly. Then where is Spirit Beast sect now? Chu Li leaned forward with a nervous expression. If he acted too indifferent, it would be a flaw. Lu Jun tilted his head and thought for a while. He thought hard for a while and said slowly, Spirit Beast sect is an ancient sect. They've been in seclusion for a long time. Maybe they've been lost. Without spirit beasts, where would Spirit Beast sect come from? Makes sense. Chu Li nodded and sighed. Looks like I don't have any hope of cultivating to become a god. Bishop is really a god. Bishop is a genius, Lu Jun said. But we don't have to be discouraged. Bishop once said that once he rules over the martial arts world, he'll become an enlightened master. When that time comes, enlightened masters won't need the grandmaster's title anymore. How do we do that? Chu Li asked. Lu Jun shook his head. Since Bishop said it, he can do it. We'll just wait to become an enlightened master after unifying the martial arts world. Don't be discouraged. You should think of a way to cultivate the ageless longevity technique first. Chu Li sighed. This is all Bishop's idea. There's no use in us being anxious. That's true, Lu Jun said. Unfortunately, Bishop isn't happy now. I'm afraid he doesn't have the mood to teach you the ageless longevity technique. Chu Li asked, why isn't he happy? He can't beat Chu Li. Lu Jun shook his head and said, this Chu Li is too powerful. I've never seen anyone who can defeat the Bishop. He's the first one. As a grandmaster, he can actually defeat the Bishop who's an enlightened master. It's unbelievable. Chu Li said, Third Lady Xiao isn't someone to be trifled with. I was crippled by her. I couldn't fight back at all. That's right. But Third Lady Xiao is too beautiful. Lu Jun nodded. He went on and on about Xiao Qi's beauty and charm. Chu Li laughed to himself. Listening to others praising his wife, he felt an indescribable pride. Chapter 1648. P.S. The 49th Alliance leader has been born. The leader is the King of Man. Chu Li was excited. 100,000 hills. Yes, it must be 100,000 hills. Lu Jun hurriedly nodded his head forcefully and said, I definitely didn't remember wrongly, because I also told Cultmaster later on that Spirit Beast sect was like a fish in water now, and the 100,000 mountains were filled with spirit beasts, which were enough for them to tame. Chu Li asked, Spirit Beast sect can tame spirit beasts? Of course. Lu Jun said, whichever spirit beast heart technique is cultivated will be connected to the spirit beast's aura. We can understand each other's thoughts and work well together. Spirit beast sect was even more prominent than us. Chuli frowned. Taming spirit beasts, he suddenly remembered the dragon taming technique he cultivated. The dragon taming technique could tame real dragons. What about Black Tortoise Mountain? Could it be taming spirit tortoises too? The other two sects should be taming vermilion birds and spirit tigers. He had never seen a vermilion bird. Lu Jun said, in ancient times they were truly awe-inspiring. Heavenly deities were simply a piece of cake in front of spirit beasts, unable to withstand a single blow. The spirit beast sect ran amok in the world, and no one could stop them. Chuli nodded. He knew how powerful spirit beasts were. Lu Jun scoffed. The bishop told me that no matter how strong spirit beast sect is, they will definitely die if they enter 100,000 hills. So maybe spirit beast sect is extinct and lost its inheritance. That's why you didn't think about it. Chuli asked, what about Goddess Attraction Mountain and Black Tortoise Mountain now? Maybe somewhere else, Lu Jun said. Chuli shook his head slowly. He decided to go back and ask his master about the relationship between Goddess Attraction Mountain and Spirit Beast sect. Was Spirit Beast sect really extinct? Was Spirit Beast sect's heart technique lost? Late at night, Chuli suddenly appeared at Goddess Attraction Mountain and rang the bell. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, Dong Jianxin was cultivating in isolation. He could not help but laugh. It seemed that entering the 5th floor of the Sword Gauntlet had given senior brother a great stimulation. The moonlight shone on the Basilica of Goddess Attraction Mountain. The Golden Dragon brought Zhou Dunley back. The two of them arrived at Zhou Dunley's Basilica. As soon as they sat down, Chuli asked, Master, is Goddess Attraction Mountain a branch of Spirit Beast sect? He silently restrained Lu Jun and sealed his fainting acupoint. When he returned to Immortal Attraction Mountain, he wanted to get to the bottom of this. He had a nagging feeling that this matter was shrouded in a thin veil. He only needed to gently poke at it to see through it. How do you know about the Spirit Beast sect? Zhou Dunley asked. Chuli said, I've occasionally heard that the Spirit Beast heart technique originated from the Spirit Beast sect. Zhou Dunley nodded slowly and sighed. You still haven't given up. You insist on mastering the 4 spiritual beast heart techniques to become a god. Yes. Chuli nodded slowly. Zhou Dunley said, the Goddess Attraction Mountain is indeed a branch of the Spirit Beast sect. The dragon, tiger, sparrow, and tortoise sects are part of the 4 sects of spirit beasts. Under the 4 sects, there are also subsects such as the spirit crane, spirit snake, spirit deer, and so on. Chuli was speechless. If that's the case, all the sects in the world that cultivate the spirit beast heart technique belong to the spirit beast sect? Not bad. Zhou Dunley nodded slowly. Actually, when the spirit beasts migrated into 100,000 hills, the spirit beast sect played a huge role. What happened after that? Chuli asked. How did it fall apart? Zhou Dunley smiled bitterly. The spirit beast sect originally wanted to establish themselves in 100,000 hills and become the master of the spirit beasts, not just the master of humans. However, they didn't expect to be devoured by the spirit beasts and were completely annihilated. The people who established the sect after that were all useless disciples of the original sect. They couldn't enter 100,000 hills together with them. They passed down the spirit beast heart technique, and it hasn't disappeared until now. Then why didn't they pass it down through the spirit beast sect? Chuli was surprised. Zhou Dunley shook his head. They were all proud and arrogant. Without a senior from the sect, no one was willing to submit to anyone. In the end, they split up and went their separate ways. The spirit beast sect no longer exists. Then other than the dragon taming technique and black tortoise power, are the other 2 heart techniques really extinct? Chuli asked. Yes. Zhou Dunley nodded. What about the Outland? Chuli looked up at the top of the basilica. The spirit beast sect is not in the Outland. Zhou Dunley said. Chuli was stunned. Zhou Dunley shook his head. You'll understand when you become an enlightened master in the future. It's not a good time to talk about it now. Chuli's mind raced. Thousands of thoughts surged in his mind. His mind flashed like the stars in the sky. After a while, he caught one of them. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that other than the Outland, there are other places." Zhou Dunley smiled. "Knowing this now won't do you any good." Chuli said, "Master, there are other places beyond the Outland, right?" Zhou Dunley smiled. "You're indeed smart. Let's stop here. Chuli, you should also give up on the idea of looking for the spirit beast technique. Don't waste your energy. If you have the time, you should practice the dragon taming technique. The more you practice it, the better. It'll be beneficial in the future." Chuli nodded thoughtfully. He was speculating what was beyond the Outland. Above this world was the Outland. Above the Outland was a higher level. Would there be a higher level above the Outland? How many levels were there in the Outland? Zhou Dunley was about to stand up and leave. Chuli hurriedly said, "Master, how is Song Jifan's method of becoming an enlightened master?" "Don't touch it," Zhou Dunley said solemnly. "Don't even think about it." Chuli pretended to be confused and looked at him. Zhou Dunley said, "He refined the heaven and God pill into the transformation pill. This is a big restriction. That's why the Celestials came to hunt him down." "Then why was he only hunted down once?" Chuli asked. Zhou Dunley scoffed. "Song Wuji paid a huge price to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Celestials." Chuli said, "He wanted the heaven-killing sword back because Song Wuji still has the heaven-killing scripture. With the heaven-killing scripture, the heaven-killing sword's power is enough to easily kill an enlightened master. If he kills an enlightened master, the Outland won't care. He's not sealed by the Outland. Naturally, it won't be able to control him," Zhou Dunley said. Chuli pondered and smiled. "I think the Outland won't just stand by and watch. There's another way." "That's right. The Outland will strengthen an enlightened master's power. It'll let Song Jifan know what the Outland is, so you have to be careful," Zhou Dunley said slowly. Chuli was stunned. If the Outland did that, Tang Su, Chen Zhen, Ji Luanming, and the others' power would increase greatly. This was not a good thing for him. Those people would definitely take the opportunity to fight back and vent their anger. Zhou Dunley said, "Cultivate well and don't slack off. It's best to stay in Goddess Attraction Mountain and not go out. It's best to watch the tigers fight." Chuli shook his head. "I still want to find out more about the Longevity Church." "That's good too," Zhou Dunley said. "Be careful. If you fail, call me master." "Yes," Chuli closed fist saluted. Zhou Dunley waved his hand and glided out of the hall. Then he soared into the night sky and finally landed on the golden dragon among the clouds. The golden dragon let out a long roar and slowly disappeared into the clouds. He suddenly thought of a place where the spirit beast heart technique could be found. The other two heart techniques were in 100,000 Hills. Unfortunately, 100,000 Hills was a few times bigger than the human world. Looking for it with his own power was like looking for a needle in the sea. It was unreachable and a little ridiculous. However, it was not impossible to find it with other methods. When he thought of this, he became energetic and smiled. He suddenly disappeared and returned to the ravine. He opened Lu Jun's a faint acupuncture point. The next morning, the two of them set off to meet up with Song Jifan. Chapter 1649. The two of them chatted as they hurried along. Lu Jun placed a hand on Chu Li's back and guided him. "Brother Lu, does the Longevity Church have anything related to the Spirit Beast sect?" Chu Li smiled. "I want to admire the Spirit Beast sect. Just thinking about it is fascinating. They relied on their spirit beasts. There's nothing to admire." Lu Jun pouted. "Unlike the Longevity Church, we rely on our own abilities." The two of them walked on the summit of a mountain, stepping on a stretch of pine trees as they floated forward. Shadows flashed under their feet, and a cool breeze caressed their faces. It made their hearts feel at ease, as if they wanted to ride the wind and forget the troubles of the mortal world. Chuli smiled. "The martial arts of the Spirit Beast sect are not any worse than the Longevity Church, right?" "Of course not," Lu Jun said. "Like the dragon taming technique, it has no power without a dragon. It's not like the bishop's ageless longevity technique. That's true longevity. You can always escape from danger. Chu Li asked, is the dragon taming technique that bad? The world's top martial arts have nothing to do with the dragon taming technique. Lu Jun scoffed. The martial arts of the spirit beast sect rely on their spirit beasts. Without their spirit beasts, they're like a tiger without teeth. It's just a scary name. Chu Li shook his head in disapproval. The dragon taming technique's inner energy was rich and tough. It was not something ordinary inner energy could compare to. However, what Lu Jun said could not be denied. The greatest power of the dragon taming technique was on spirit beasts. Through inner energy, they could build a bridge to communicate with each other. This was extremely important. In ancient times, there was no need to do anything. With a thought, the dragon would appear and protect the cultivator. Moreover, the inner energy of the dragon taming technique was profound. Ordinary martial arts could be unleashed with great power. Lu Jun said, let's put it this way. There are no dragons in this world. They're all in the 100,000 hills. How are we going to cultivate the dragon taming technique? Do we go to the 100,000 hills? That's suicide. Chu Li shook his head. If that's the case, we can't cultivate the dragon taming technique on Goddess Attraction Mountain? Who knows? Lu Jun pursed his lips and said, anyway, I don't think Goddess Attraction Mountain is that strong. It's just that it has the geographical advantage, so its cultivation progress is faster. Our Changshan denomination must take over their Goddess Attraction Mountain. Chu Li smiled. It's not that easy. As long as we kill Zhou Dunli, it'll be easy, Lu Jun said. Chu Li asked, are you confident that you can kill the mountain master of Goddess Attraction Mountain? Lu Jun nodded, as long as I get the heaven slaughtering sword. Since Bishop has such divine power, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Chu Li? Chu Li said with a smile, it should be a piece of cake. You still haven't gotten it? Sigh. Lu Jun shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one would have thought that this Chu Li would be so difficult to deal with. Even after Bishop became an enlightened master, he still couldn't do anything to him. His reputation really isn't just for show. Chu Li asked, what other ideas do you have, Bishop? Lu Jun said helplessly. Bishop was forced into a corner. Since we can't snatch it by force, we can only resort to trickery. We'll use Chu Li's woman to exchange for the heaven-killing sword. Chu Li won't go so far as to sacrifice the life of a lady from the High Duke's public house for a sword, right? Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. Lu Jun said, without the lady of the High Duke's public house, Chu Li wouldn't be who he is today. If he did this, he would definitely be condemned by everyone and be despised by everyone. That's true. Chu Li smiled. From the looks of it, Song Jifan was really a heartless person. He only thought about benefits and never thought about feelings. Then did Bishop succeed? Chu Li smiled. Although Third Lady CEO is strong, she's definitely not a match for Bishop. Sigh. Lu Jun shook his head. That's why Bishop is in a bad mood now, because it didn't work out. Chu Li came back at the crucial moment. What should we do? Chu Li was surprised. Lu Jun said, Bishop will always have a way. Chu Li nodded slowly. The two of them stopped talking and rushed to the thatched cottage in one go. Song Jifan was cultivating in one of the houses. His force was like a tide, slow but powerful. His face was gloomy, and the air in the thatched cottage seemed to have frozen. When he heard Bailey Na coming over, he did not appear. He only ordered Lu Jun in the house to return to the headquarters and prepare to let Bailey Na join the church. He then continued to cultivate and ignored Bailey Na. Lu Jun looked excited and patted Chu Li hard. He only let go of his hand when he saw Chu Li grinning. He remembered that Chu Li had lost his martial arts. Bishop, Elder Bailey's martial arts has been crippled, Lu Jun said carefully. The two of them were standing outside the thatched cottage where Song Jifan was. Come in, Song Jifan said. The small door of the thatched cottage opened by itself. Lu Jun and Chu Li entered the house. In the dim cottage, Song Jifan was sitting on the bed and quietly looking at Chu Li. The pressure of the enlightened master's field in the air was stronger. It was obvious that his cultivation level had improved. His speed was really shocking. If this continued, Chu Li might not be able to withstand it. Song Jifan looked at Chu Li and pointed his finger. Chu Li resisted the urge to dodge and obediently took the finger. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If Song Jifan saw through his identity, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die from this finger. However, he was sure that he had no flaws and would not be seen through. This could very well be Song Jifan's test. A finger force hit Chu Li's mouth. Chu Li did not dodge, but looked at Song Jifan curiously. He secretly gave his acting a thumbs up. The heavenly demonic power combined with good acting skills was really flawless. Bang! He only felt a strange force drilling into his heart and then spreading to the rest of his body. Intense pain instantly surged. It was as if every time his flesh and blood split open, it was about to turn into powder. This was a torture not inferior to being cut into pieces. He opened his mouth and his face was red, but he did not scream. He just clenched his teeth and endured. Seeing Chu Li's body trembling, face red, and instantly sweating like rain, but he did not groan, Song Jifan nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Chu Li's willpower and endurance. Only this kind of temperament was qualified to cultivate the superior arts. Bishop, Lu Jun looked at Song Jifan curiously. Song Jifan said, he will recover his martial arts in a while. After bringing him back to the headquarters, he can first go to the Tower of Wonders to choose a skill. Yes, Lu Jun answered excitedly. Choose the first level of the ageless longevity technique. Let him. Song Jifan nodded and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li felt the feeling of his body being broken and secretly tried to figure out and brand it. This should be a wonder technique that could instantly recover one's cultivation level. There were very few people in the world who could do this. He was really impressed. After about 15 minutes, Chu Li's body suddenly emitted an intense, crackling sound. It sounded like beans being fried. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his body suddenly expanded as if he had grown taller. Then, his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Thank you, Bishop. He bowed deeply. He really did not have any martial arts, and his dantian was destroyed, so there were no flaws. At this time, with the stimulation of this strange force, his dantian recovered and his body was full of energy. He had regained the boundary of a grandmaster. Go! Song Jifan waved his hand and closed his eyes. The two fists saluted and left the thatched cottage. Let's go to the headquarters. You can learn the ageless longevity technique, Lu Jun said excitedly. He was happier than if he had obtained the wonder technique himself. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Chapter 1650. P.S. The 50th Alliance is born. Alliance leader takes a deep breath. P.S. I've unknowingly gained 50 Alliance leaders. I'm honored and grateful. He went to the Ren public house and returned to the public house. Li Meng was still cultivating and chanting scriptures. Chu Li was satisfied with her progress. He felt that she was not useless. Although she was not as talented as Sun Mingwei, she was diligent and obedient. The next morning, he continued his journey with Lu Jun. The two of them traveled for 3 days. Finally, in the evening, they entered a mountain range and stopped at the top of a mountain. This is where our headquarters is located? Chu Li asked curiously. The top of the mountain where they were was lush and the forest was dense. Standing at the top of the mountain was very secluded. Standing in the forest and looking down at the surrounding mountains, he felt like he was looking down. It was said that standing on a mountain would make one see the height of another mountain. However, standing on this mountain, he felt that the mountain he was on was taller and the surroundings were shorter. It was obvious that this mountain was much taller than the peaks around it. However, this mountain was only densely packed with trees and there were no traces of formations. He did not believe that the headquarters was here. More or less. Lu Jun smiled. This is our headquarters. You're going to enter the headquarters soon. Are you excited? Yes, I am. Chu Li nodded perfunctorily. Lu Jun glared at him. Don't be surprised when you see the headquarters. I want to see. Tell me quickly, where is it? Chu Li said. Follow me. Lu Jun smiled. As he spoke, he leaped down the mountain and headed towards the deep valley below. Chu Li was stunned. Was this place the same as Tin Despair Valley, where the headquarters of the Longevity Church was in a valley? He followed closely behind and leaped down. His position and speed were the same as Lu Jun's. Bang! After falling for about 10 feet, a strange force suddenly appeared under his feet and supported him. Then, the scenery in front of him changed. The light and shadow were distorted. When his eyes lit up, he found himself standing in a pine forest. Chuli activated the omniscient mirror, and a mountain appeared in his field of vision. It was towering and pierced through the clouds. Half of the mountain was covered by clouds, as if it was connected to the sky. It felt like Goddess Attraction Mountain. He was suddenly stunned. He flew up the tree and looked down the mountain. He realized that he was in the air. The mountain he was on was actually floating in the air. It was 1,000 feet high, right on top of the mountain peak he was standing on. Chuli looked at the mountain peak that he was on in amazement. He used the omniscient mirror to observe down to the smallest detail, so he could see every inch of the ground and even the ground. This mountain was real and not fake, but it was enveloped by a formation. However, this formation was not an illusory formation. Everything in front of them was real. The function of the formation was to make the mountain float in the air, stable and unmoving as if it was rooted in the void. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Such a formation was truly miraculous. He definitely had to study it properly. Old Bai, how do you feel? Lu Jun stood beside him and chuckled. Spectacular, right? This is the headquarters? Chuli lifted his head to look at the towering peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was obscured by the clouds, but through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he could see a large number of palaces and pavilions above the clouds. That's right. Lu Jun smiled proudly. This is our headquarters. No one can enter. Not necessarily, Chuli said. What if someone fell off the cliff or wanted to commit suicide and happened to enter? Then they still wouldn't be able to enter our headquarters. Lu Jun shook his head. This mountain isn't that easy to climb. Chuli smiled. I'm all ears. This mountain is full of traps. If you don't know the details and the route, you'll definitely fall into a trap. Lu Jun smiled. Let's go. We should hurry up. It's getting late. It's time to eat. Chuli nodded. The sunset illuminated the mountain peak in a beautiful and colorful manner. The red light covered every corner of the mountain peak. The two of them passed through the clouds and arrived in front of a series of buildings. Chuli saw that there were 36 palaces, 72 pavilions, and 200 exquisite courtyards. They formed a huge building complex that was as luxurious as the imperial house. More than 1,000 people lived there. There were men and women, old and young. It was bustling with activity. The three main roads from the east to the west and the three main roads from the north to the south were connected to the building complex. The people who came and went looked calm and peaceful, as if they had nothing to do with the world. It was impossible to tell that the old man who was walking with small steps was a top-notch grandmaster. It was also impossible to tell that the man who was selling his meat with a butcher's knife was a top-notch grandmaster. Chuli could not help but exclaim. These more than 1,000 people, men and women, old and young, were all skilled in martial arts. All of them had good qualifications and would be geniuses in the outside world. This was related to the mountain peak's rich spiritual energy. It was as rich as the Goddess Attraction Mountain. It was only slightly inferior to the Goddess Attraction Mountain because there was no Grandmaster's spiritual energy. Children born in such a rich spiritual energy were naturally stronger and had better qualifications. Over the generations, there were more than 1,000 inheritances. He even guessed that the longevity sect must have abducted men or women with good qualification from the outside world to join them. This was to maintain the fresh blood and bloodline evolution. How is it? The two of them stood at the end of the main road. Looking at the bustling crowd, Lu Jun puffed up his chest and smiled. Chuli exclaimed, "It's really a paradise." Of course, Lu Jun smiled. We're all bound by the rules of the sect. Even if there are disputes, we'll listen to the bishop. That's why there are no grudges between us. Our lives are harmonious and beautiful. It's much better than the outside world. Chuli asked, have you been isolated from the outside world? Of course not. Lu Jun shook his head. Once we reach adulthood, we'll have to go out and come back when we're old. However, we can't leave the mountain if our martial arts are not up to standard. Those young fellows are disappointing and can't leave the mountain. Chuli nodded slowly. How do we hide our identities? We'll disguise ourselves as people who don't know martial arts. Our sect has a mystical technique to conceal our aura. After cultivating it, no one will be able to tell that we have martial arts. Lu Jun smiled. Unfortunately, once we use our martial arts, this technique will be broken and we'll have to return to the sect. Brilliant, Chuli exclaimed. This way, they could avoid being exposed to the greatest extent. Once exposed, they would leave immediately. There was nothing they could do if they could not be found. This way, they could really hide. It was not without reason that most people thought that the longevity sect was annihilated. The world is so big. Only those who are powerful in martial arts will attract attention. Who would pay attention to those who don't know martial arts? Lu Jun smiled. No one will be able to discover our identities. Chuli exclaimed, It's really amazing to think of such a method. It's the ancestors' idea. We'll just follow it. Lu Jun said, Let's go. I'll bring you to the Tower of Mystical Arts to receive the Eternal Life Technique. Can I look through the Tower of Mystical Arts? Chuli asked. Lu Jun said, You can look through it, but you can only take one book out for research. If there's someone with a good memory, wouldn't he have to look through all of them? Chuli said, Wouldn't that be taking advantage of him? That's his own ability. Lu Jun smiled. However, there's only half of the mystical arts in the tower. If you want to look at the second half, you'll have to meet the elders in the tower and obtain the second half. Chuli slowly nodded. I see. Looks like you have a good memory. Lu Jun smiled. But Elder Bai, I advise you not to be greedy. Don't bite off more than you can chew. What you need the most now is the first level of the Eternal Life Technique. All right, Chuli nodded. Chapter 1651. Chuli exclaimed, Such a towering bronze tower could not be built by just anyone. It required a huge amount of manpower and resources. However, the tower's benefits were endless. The most important thing was that it was sturdy and fireproof. To build such a tall tower on such a towering peak, it was as if it reached the sky. If it rained or thundered, lightning would easily strike the tower. However, the bronze tower was not afraid of lightning and would not be set on fire. He looked up as he strolled. The passers-by ignored them and went their own way. Occasionally, some would greet Lu Jun. Young Lu, why are you back? Young Lu, you've lost weight. Brother Lu, why aren't you here to play with Luo Luo? A cute little girl suddenly grabbed the corner of Lu Jun's shirt and shook it. Don't you like Luo Luo anymore? Lu Jun stopped and smiled. Luo Luo, I'm busy. What are you busy with? The little girl asked in a serious manner. Chuli looked at the little girl. She was about 7 or 8 years old, innocent and cute. She would definitely grow into a beauty in the future. She was also very talented and would not lose to Lu Yuro. He secretly thought that the longevity denomination was full of talents and had terrifying potential. Lu Jun said, It's important, keep it a secret. You really don't like Luo Luo anymore. I won't tell Luo Luo. The little girl bit her pink lips and stomped her feet before running away. Sigh, Luo Luo. Lu Jun shouted. The little girl ran away like a wisp of smoke and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Chuli smiled at Lu Jun. Lu Jun said awkwardly, She's Big Sister's daughter. A very cute little girl. Chuli said. Lu Jun said, A bad girl who bullies people the most. Don't be fooled by her cute innocence. Chuli smiled and nodded. Lu Jun stood up. Let's go to the Tower of Wonders. You bastard Lu, you're finally back. Suddenly, 3 young men came out from the crowd. They wore red robes and had white powder on their faces. As they walked, the powder fell and a fragrant smell filled the air. Chuli looked at the 3 gorgeously dressed young men in shock. Lu Jun's face darkened. No, the 3 of you get lost. 3 young men stood in front of them and glared at Lu Jun, then at Chuli. Who is this old man? Bailey Na, a new brother in the cult. Lu Jun scoffed. The cult leader himself approved it. If you offend him, don't blame the cult leader for being merciless. Don't use the cult master to pressure us. Lu, how could a lackey like you bear to come back? The long-faced youth in front wrinkled his nose in disdain. A layer of powder rustled down again, and a fragrant aroma assailed the nostrils. Lu Jun said, I have important matters to attend to, unlike you useless idlers. Scram to the side, a good dog doesn't block the way. We insist on blocking your path. Let's see what you can do to us. The long-faced young man triumphantly said, The great way is open to the heavens. You can go your own way, but we can't even stand here. Did we break any rules? You with the surname Nyo, are you looking for trouble on purpose? Lu Jun's face darkened. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Well, I want to see if your skills have improved. The long-faced young man rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand. Come on. Lu Jun kicked out and slapped the long-faced young man. He wanted to give him a slap in the face. The long-faced young man was dressed strangely and flirtatious, but his martial arts were powerful. Suddenly, he pulled back his head and kicked out. It was cunning, sudden, and difficult to defend, forcing Lu Jun to take a step back to avoid it. When he wanted to move forward again, the long-faced young man had already rushed over to attack. Fist after fist, Lu Jun could not breathe. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The two of them fought. Although Lu Jun's martial arts was strong, he was not stronger than the long-faced young man. After more than 200 moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner. Hee, you with the surname Lu, you've improved a little. The long-faced young man suddenly stepped back and jumped out of the circle. He nodded and said, It seems that you've experienced a lot of trouble outside. Oof. Lu Jun sulked. The long-faced young man shook his head. It's said that you can practice martial arts outside. I don't think that's the case at all. Otherwise, you would have surpassed me long ago. Shut up. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Lu Jun turned and walked away. This time, the long-faced young man and the other two did not stop him. They just sized him up. Chu Li Fist saluted and followed Lu Jun forward. Those three dressed so strangely just now. What's going on? Chu Li asked. Lu Jun scoffed. A bunch of useless people, decadent and inactive. They advocated to stay in the floating mountain for the rest of their lives. The Church of Longevity will remain like this. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The bishop can tolerate it? The bishop also hates them to the core, but there's nothing he can do. Lu Jun shook his head. They didn't violate the church rules. During the test, they deliberately failed and were not qualified to leave the mountain. Chu Li said, They're lazy, decadent, and inactive. If we're really like them, the Church of Longevity will be finished. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Lu Jun scoffed. Chu Li smiled. If the bishop really wants to punish them, there must be a way, right? There's no way. Lu Jun shook his head. The bishop doesn't have that much freedom in the church. He's greatly restricted. These people's elders are all elders in the church. There's no way to trouble them for no reason. Chu Li said, It's really not easy for the bishop. Isn't that so? Lu Jun shook his head and said, It's the same this time. Actually, many elders didn't agree with the Changshan sect coming out. Later on, because the sect master mastered the indestructible longevity technique, they were able to suppress their opposition. Chu Li nodded slowly. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the majestic bronze tower. The bronze door was wide open. Bright light shone from inside and chased away the sunset. The two of them entered the light, and their eyes suddenly brightened. They found themselves in a spacious, circular hall. The hall was empty, and there were bookshelves behind it. A charming and beautiful girl was sitting behind a table, dozing off. Elder Fong. Lu Jun bowed respectfully. The beautiful lady was wearing a dark green gown. The gown was a little loose, but it could not hide her curvaceous figure. Her phoenix eyes were closed. Her long eyelashes were like fans. When she heard the sound, she opened her eyes and squinted. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in her eyes. Chu Li could not help but sigh. What a natural beauty! Lu Jun became more respectful. We are under the bishop's order to bring this new brother to the Tower of Wonder Techniques to ask for a skill. Elder Fong squinted her eyes. Name, Bali Na. Lu Jun quickly said. Bali na. All right, go in. Elder Fong said. You only have 2 hours. Yes. Lu Jun quickly said and pointed at a door. Elder Bai, go in. You can only stay on the first floor. Come back after you've obtained the first level of the ageless longevity technique. Chuli nodded and closed fists saluted before walking forward. Lu Jun stood where he was without moving. Chuli saw Lu Jun was like a mouse seeing a cat in front of Elder Fong. He knew that Elder Fong was not simple. Moreover, her profound cultivation level was indeed enough to make people respect her. Chapter 1652. Using the omniscient mirror, he immediately saw the 16 strange techniques clearly. His eyes suddenly froze as he saw a strange technique. He never thought that it would appear here. This strange technique was called the pill transformation formula. He stopped in front of the pill transformation art. There was only him on the first floor. It was empty and quiet, as if all the surrounding sounds had been excluded. The only sounds were his footsteps, heartbeat, and breathing. He reached out and took down the pill transformation technique. It was a thick and wide bronze book. Every page was made of bronze and was extremely heavy. The words written on it were simple and crude. It was not the language of the current era. It was a jade script. Fortunately, he had studied this script in the Autumn Leaf Temple, so it did not seem difficult at all. He reckoned that this jade symbol was a hurdle that would block countless people. The jade script was not something that an ordinary person could learn, which was why it was lost. Only the most intelligent people could learn it. The jade script had very few words, and each word had several meanings. The meaning expressed by putting them together depended on the person's comprehension and reaction. These simple yet complicated characters were very difficult to pass down, and in the end, they became extinct. After seeing the pill transformation technique, Chuli finally understood why Master Zhou dumbly hated the pill transformation technique to the core and called it an evil art. The essence, energy, and spirit of a heavenly god were injected into the heavenly god elixir, then supplemented with a unique method to refine the incarnation elixir. This transformation pill was very mysterious. As long as one channeled their cultivation level into it, they would be able to concentrate and purify it into an enlightened master's power. Moreover, it would be stored and slowly accumulated. Once it had accumulated to a sufficient depth, the enlightened master's power could be channeled back into their own bodies, thus completing the transformation from a grandmaster to an enlightened master. This method of becoming an enlightened master was no different from the heavens beyond heaven's bestowal of enlightened masters. However, this method required the heavenly deity to be killed in the cruelest way. Only by enduring endless torture could the heavenly deity's essence energy become even more exuberant. From then on, the heavenly deity would never be able to enter the heavens beyond the heavens, unable to enter reincarnation. As long as the incarnation core was not destroyed, it would not be able to break free. It would forever be sealed within the incarnation core. As an enlightened master, how honorable was he? Yet, he ended up in such a state. That was why he was hated by all enlightened masters and was not tolerated by the sky beyond Avalon. Chuli had only read the cultivation outline and had already deduced all this. However, the specific technique was not recorded. It was in the second half of the book. Chuli shook his head. He would not use this technique. Even when he was dealing with an enlightened master like Tang Su, he would not use such a method, even though he hated him to the core. This had already exceeded his limits and was too cruel. He thought of Song Wuji. Song Jifan's transformation elixir must have been refined by Song Wuji. This person was so cruel and deserved to be killed. After a long while, he arrived before another strange technique. This was an aura concealment technique that could completely restrain one's essence, energy, and spirit. It was to cultivate a layer of strange aura that wrapped around one's body, preventing it from leaking out. Chuli shook his head. This strange technique was precious to others, but it was useless to him. The life and death scripture was enough for him. He continued to read the next article. He flipped through all 16 strange techniques, but in the end, he was disappointed. He didn't find any that he wanted to cultivate. Only the ageless live forever technique was worth looking at. He didn't actually want to cultivate it, just wanted to find a way to break it. The ageless live forever technique was Song Jifan's fundamental heart technique. Even when he became an enlightened master, it did not change. This ageless live forever technique could be cultivated before or after becoming an enlightened master. He came out with the first level of the ageless live forever technique. Elder Fong was closing her eyes and dozing off. Lu Jun lowered his head and frowned, staring at the floor without blinking as if there was a profound antique study carved on the floor. Elder Fong squinted her bright eyes and glanced at Chu Li. She extended her slender, jade-like hand. Her plump nails were slender and smooth like white jade, which was different from other people's nails. Chu Li was moved. He knew that she must have cultivated a top-notch claw technique. Elder Fong waved her hand, and another thick bronze book flew out from the bookshelf beside her. It flew straight to Chu Li. "Read it here for an hour." "Thank you, Elder Fong." Chu Li Fist saluted and took the bronze book steadily. He quickly finished reading. The first level of the ageless live forever technique was quite complicated. The channeling route was complicated, and it was not suitable to be used as an introductory heart technique. Without a profound cultivation level, one could forget about cultivating this technique. Elder Fong looked at him carefully and said lightly, "You can understand it?" "Yes." Chu Li nodded. "Looks like you have some background." Elder Fong looked at Lu Jun. Lu Jun hurriedly said, "Old Bai's background is very clean. He's a loner and has devoted his entire life to cultivation. He's had many fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, he ended up with injuries all over his body and could only cultivate the ageless longevity technique." Mimgo. Elder Fong looked at Chu Li deeply and through the bronze book. The bronze book accurately landed on its original position as if it had never moved. "Elder Fong, we will leave now." Lu Jun pulled Chu Li and hurriedly walked out. "How is the bishop?" Elder Fong's voice drifted over. Lu Jun stopped in his tracks. He retracted his foot that was about to cross the threshold. Chu Li could feel him trembling. Lu Jun slowly turned his head and Fist saluted. "The bishop is fine. Did you get what you wanted?" Elder Fong asked casually. "How about the Sky Killer Sword?" "This?" Lu Jun shook his head. "The Sky Killer Sword has not been retrieved." "Why?" Elder Fong asked. "Did you not kill Chu Li?" "Yes." Lu Jun said. "This Chu Li is unusually powerful. The bishop finally became an enlightened master and still could not do anything to him. However, I believe that the bishop will definitely defeat Chu Li and retrieve the Sky Killer Sword." What a useless guy." Elder Fong scoffed. "Looks like I have to do it myself." "No need, Elder Fong." Lu Jun quickly shook his head. "The bishop's divine power is invincible. Who can defeat him?" "Wait for a while." Elder Fong waved her hand. Lu Jun felt as if he was pardoned. He quickly pulled Chu Li out. Once they were out of the tower of unusual techniques, Chu Li smiled. "This Elder Fong is so scary." "Elder Fong is the Heaven's Punishment Hall leader," Lu Jun said impatiently. "Who is not afraid of her? Heaven's Punishment Hall? Specifically in charge of punishment?" Chu Li smiled. "I see that she is young. How could she become a hall leader?" "Young?" Lu Jun laughed. "Elder Bai, you are wrong. Elder Fong is more than 300 years old." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Lu Jun said, "Elder Fong is a genius in martial arts. She has cultivated the ageless longevity technique to the 8th level. She is forever young and will not age." "I see." Chu Li was enlightened. He was interested in the ageless longevity technique. It was not difficult to maintain one's youthful appearance. However, it was rare to be able to maintain one's youthful temperament without any signs of vicissitudes. With the first level, and based on the battle with Song Jifan, he wanted to use the Heaven Star Insight technique to derive the other levels. Even if he could not derive it, he could get a general impression and try to find its weakness. Lu Jun said, "Since you are a brother in our church, you will naturally be allocated a courtyard. Let's go. I will bring you to the courtyard. Then, I will help you look for anything left behind in the spirit beast sect. Chu Fist saluted and did not say much. Chapter 1653. After he entered the courtyard, he did not go out. He did not try to move back to the High Duke's public house or the imperial residence of King, and in case he exposed himself. No matter how relaxed they would still be wary of people who just came in. He could feel that he was being watched, including by Elder Fong from the Tower of Mystical Arts. When it was time to eat, someone would send over 6 dishes and 2 soups. It was rich and delicious. In the morning, there would be young men and women coming to clean the courtyard. They were the disciples of the church. These chores would be taken up by the young disciples of the church. Once their martial arts were strong enough, they could be freed to focus on cultivation. On the 3rd morning, he was cultivating when Lu Jun knocked on the door and entered. He had a travel-worn look on his face. When he saw Chu Li slowly ending his cultivation, and a strange force drifted in the courtyard, he looked at him up and down in surprise. He stared into Chu Li's eyes for a while and sighed. Elder Bai, what a pity. Chu Li smiled. What's there to pity? He had previously dispersed all his martial arts and focused on cultivating the art of eternal youth. He had already mastered the 1st level, and it was indeed exquisite. The force of the art of eternal youth was strange and mysterious. It was completely different from what he had cultivated before. It was in between essence and inner energy. As such, it was more nourishing to the body than inner energy. It was extremely beneficial to the body. After he cultivated, his old body did feel like it had regained some of its youth. The effect was unusually obvious. With your aptitude, if you had entered the church earlier, you might have been promoted to an elder. Lu Jun shook his head and sighed. Ba Lina's luck was terrible. He had been pursuing and cultivating hard. Unfortunately, he could not get pointers from a famous master, nor could he learn any mystical arts. He finally obtained the sacrifice formula and treated it like a treasure. It would have been fine if his aptitude was not good enough to cultivate the sacrifice formula. However, his aptitude was amazing, and he managed to cultivate the sacrifice formula, which caused him to age prematurely. Compared to his luck, Chu Li was really lucky. He was born in the Church of Eternal Youth. He had no lack of famous masters and mystical arts. His cultivation was smooth, and he became a grandmaster at a young age. When he reached Bai Lina's age, he would be a few times stronger than him. It was too late for Bai Lina to enter the church now. It would be difficult for him to achieve more. His amazing aptitude could not match his achievements. Fate was really unfair to him. Chu Li smiled. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be an elder. As long as I can cultivate mystical arts and antique studies, I'll be extremely happy. That's good. Lu Jun smiled. Good news, I really did find a relic from the spirit beast sect. Chu Li perked up. Lu Jun took out a small box from his sleeve and passed it to Chu Li. Take a look. Chu Li took the dusty box and carefully opened it. Inside was a circular ring about the size of a rice bowl. It was as shiny as silver, perfectly round and flawless. One look, and anyone could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This is... Chu Li looked carefully and saw 2 small words engraved on it. He raised his head and asked, Mr. Zhang, this is a beast ring. Lu Jun smiled and said, It's what the disciples of the spirit beast sect wear on the spirit beasts they tame. Some wear it on their legs, some wear it on their necks. It's made from a strange material from beyond the heavens, and it's said that it can be of any size. The beast hoop. Chu Li nodded slowly. It is indeed an extraordinary item. Lu Jun said, Although this thing is strange, it's just a metal ring in the hands of others. It's not worth much, so I'll give it to you. Chu Li hurriedly said, This. Lu Jun waved his hand and said, This thing is not comparable to my life. All right. Chu Li accepted it. Lu Jun said, Elder Bai, we have to go down the mountain to the bishop's side. It's actually quite difficult for the bishop. There aren't many people in the church who are close to him. Most of them are against leaving the mountain. The comfortable life here has worn away their ambitions. Chu Li sighed and said, Actually, it's understandable. I've been here for 3 days, and I don't want to destroy the peaceful life here. It's so comfortable to stay here. Why go out and fight and ask for trouble? Don't ever tell this to the bishop. Lu Jun hesitated for a moment and warned him seriously. Chu Li said, Brother Lu, you're one of us. Of course, I'll say whatever I want to say. If the bishop hears this, he'll definitely distance himself from you. Lu Jun said, he hates people who don't want to improve themselves. Chu Li nodded. Let's go down the mountain. Lu Jun regained his smile. With the ageless longevity technique, your body can slowly recover. As long as you don't use the sacrificial technique often, I believe you'll be fine in less than a month. You're cultivating the ageless longevity technique too quickly. Chu Li smiled. I still have to thank the bishop and Brother Lu. You don't have to be so polite. Lu Jun waved his hand. As the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard footsteps. A delicate young lady came to the door and said in a sweet voice, Young Lu, is he Bai Li Na? Sister Chiu? Lu Jun quickly smiled. Sister Chiu, what brings you here? You could just tell me if you need anything. Like in person. Chu Li fist saluted. I'm Bai Li Na. All right then, follow me. The delicate young lady looked at him from head to toe. She twisted her waist and slowly walked out. The temple leader wants to see you. Chu Li looked at Lu Jun. Lu Jun's face stiffened. He quickly smiled. It's Elder Fong. Don't worry. Brother Bai, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't lie. Chu Li nodded. He understood Lu Jun's hint. It was obvious that this Elder Fong could see through lies. He was not surprised by this ability. Sun Mingyue and Shao Qi both had this ability. Lu Yurong did not have this special skill, but she could do it through observation. He followed the delicate young lady into the North and South Avenue. They then walked along the avenue to the north. Wherever they passed, people would intentionally or unintentionally avoid the delicate young lady. It was as if they were walking on a river with a water-repelling pearl. The delicate young lady had a faint smile on her face. She was gentle and amiable, but could not dispel the people's fear. They all gave way to her. Even the children who were playing on the road ran away when they saw her. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. He did not expect the Heaven's Punishment Hall to be so powerful. The two arrived in front of a gloomy basilica. The delicate young lady stopped and said respectfully, Temple leader, Bai Li Na is here. Come in. A low and hoarse voice was heard. Chu Li slowly stepped into the basilica. As soon as he entered, a spirit tiger stood in front of him. It was as tall as an elephant and had a monstrous aura. He was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks and had goosebumps all over his body. Even though he knew that it was just a dead spirit tiger, his heart still raced and his legs trembled. It was an instinctive shiver that could not be avoided. Chu Li took a deep breath and gave a fist salute to the graceful lady who was standing beside the spirit tiger. Greetings, temple leader. Although the spirit tiger was dead, it was still standing firmly in the same spot. It was vivid and lifelike. Its eyes were closed, and its expression was serene. The spiritual energy around it was turbulent. His life and death scripture was very sensitive to spiritual energy. He could feel the sea of spiritual energy that covered the sky and earth. It was indescribably uncomfortable to be immersed in it. It was similar to the enlightened master's field. Chapter 1654. Chu Li was shocked, but he calmed down. He was confident that he could hide it from everyone without any flaws. He looked at Elder Fong in shock and asked confusedly, Elder Fong, please tell me what I'm hiding. Are you really Bai Li Na? Elder Fong asked. Chu Li was stunned. I don't understand Elder Fong's words. Is there a second Bai Li Na? Is Bai Li a famous person? But there are many people with the same name in the world. I dare not say that the person Elder Fong is referring to is me. You're quite good at quibbling, Elder Fong sneered. Do you still want to hide it now? I'm not the bishop. I don't trust people so easily. Tell me, where are you from? Thus, Chu Li told them about his own background. Bai Li Na really existed and was a hidden master. He was just not that strong. It was a coincidence that he joined the High Duke's public house, so he was real and there were no flaws. Chu Li had read all of Bai Li Na's memories and replayed his life. Elder Fong leaned lazily on the spirit tiger's back. Her beautiful figure exuded a murderous aura. Together with the spirit tiger's spiritual energy ocean, Chu Li's face became paler. As he spoke, He had difficulty breathing. Once he entered the identity of Baili Na, he hid everything in the tree of life and death and hid in the void. He only retained the inner energy that matched Baili Na's cultivation level. Other than that, he was innocent and flawless. Elder Fong looked at him without saying a word. Her slender phoenix eyes exuded a charming light that captivated souls. It was as if she was encouraging him to be bolder and take the initiative. She would comply with everything. Chu Li's face became paler and paler. He could not take it anymore. He hurriedly began to operate the art of unaging longevity. As soon as the strange aura of the art of unaging longevity came out, the pressure from the spiritual Qi Si in Elder Fong was instantly reduced by more than half. His expression relaxed as he continued to explain his background. After listening, Elder Fong did not comment. You followed the bishop to work. Did he have any difficulties? Yes. Chu Li nodded. Tell me about it. Elder Fong said casually. Chu Li hurriedly told them about what he had experienced, as well as his own speculations. Elder Fong squinted her eyes and scoffed. Chu Li quickly shut his mouth. Elder Fong asked, Have you seen this Chu Li before? Yes. Chu Li nodded. I've seen it with my own eyes. Back then, Chu Li wasn't this powerful. Do you think the bishop can deal with Chu Li? Elder Fong asked faintly. Chu Li hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Oh, Elder Fong's interest was piqued. Straightening her body, she left the spirit tiger and sat on the armchair at the side, asking lazily, What do you mean by that? Chu Li said, The cult leader's divine skill is astonishing, but the cult leader seems to have very little experience in life and death battles. Chu Li's reputation, on the other hand, was built by killing. From a lowly scribe to where he is today, he has experienced too many great battles. He is a crafty old fox. Even if the cult leader's martial art is a notch higher, his hands and feet are tied. It felt a little awkward to praise himself. What you said makes sense, Elder Fong said faintly. In your opinion, how can the bishop kill Chu Li? Chu Li thought about it and shook his head. I think the bishop is too impatient and lost his composure. That's why he is at a disadvantage. Otherwise, with the bishop's martial art, he won't be at a disadvantage in Chu Li's hands. Impatient, Elder Fong said, Aren't you afraid that the bishop will be unhappy if he hears this? Chu Li said, I am indebted to the bishop. Without the bishop, I won't have much longer to live. Now that I've cultivated the ageless longevity technique, I can live longer. As long as it's beneficial to the bishop, I'll say it even if the bishop is unhappy. It's rare for you to have such thoughts. Elder Fong nodded. You may go. Chu Li Fist saluted and turned to walk back. Just as he was about to reach the doorstep, Elder Fong suddenly called out, Baili Na? Chu Li's body stopped. He felt that the voice was extremely strange. It sounded like Shao Qi's voice, Sun Mingyue's voice, and Lu Yurong's voice. It was beautiful and pleasant. He could not help but turn his head to look. Elder Fong's slender phoenix eyes were shining brightly like the ripples of autumn water. It was captivating and captivating. His mind was involuntarily immersed in it, and he slowly lost himself. He suddenly came to his senses, but his eyes remained blank as he stared at Elder Fong in a daze. Baili Na? Elder Fong's voice was gentle and demure, like a mother's whisper. She asked softly, Do you have any ulterior motives for joining the longevity sect? No, Chu Li answered with a dull voice. Do you have anything to hide from the longevity sect? No. Do you like Elder Fong? I do. What about the bishop? I don't like him. All right, wake up, Elder Fong said softly. Chu Li's eyes suddenly focused and shot out a cold light. He stared coldly at Elder Fong. Elder Fong waved her delicate hand. Go. Chu Li hesitated for a while, as if he was about to explode, but he held it in. He fist saluted and strode away. The delicate young lady stepped in gently. Temple leader, it seems like there's no problem with this Baili Na. It's hard to say. Elder Fong shook her head. The delicate young lady smiled. He passed the temple leader's test twice. What's wrong with him? Jade script. Elder Fong frowned. Jade script is not something anyone can learn. There are very few people in the world who know Jade script. Didn't he say that he was taught by an old monk? The delicate young lady said. Elder Fong said, what about the old monk's identity? There are not many old monks who know Jade script. Should we keep an eye on him? Since he's out of the longevity sect, there's no need to care about him, Elder Fong said calmly. We'll talk when we get back. Yes, the delicate young lady fist saluted and left the basilica. When Chu Li returned to his courtyard, Lu Jun was looking around anxiously. When he saw Chu Li, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly welcomed him. How was it? Did Elder Fong make things difficult for you? Chu Li shook his head. I just asked a few questions. All right, Elder Fong, what's up with the spirit tiger? That's the pet of the first temple leader. Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief. It seems like there's no problem. Let's leave quickly. It's not good to be targeted by Elder Fong. It's better to leave now. Chu Li asked curiously, Pet? I think it's a spirit tiger that the first temple leader asked for from the spirit beast sect. It was a small tiger, and it slowly grew up. When the first temple leader ascended to heaven, it followed him. If that's the case, it's been dead for more than 1,000 years. Chu Li asked. About 2,000 years, Lu Jun said. Let's go. He pulled Chu Li and hurriedly walked out. Then, they stepped on the treetops and went down the floating mountain. They entered a small valley at the foot of the mountain. Then, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. They appeared at the peak of another mountain. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he realized that this mountain was 3 mountains away from the previous one. They could not see each other at all. Chapter 1655. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the mountains. This peak did not have the elegance of looking down on other peaks. At this moment, outside the distant Republic house, a handsome young man in a green shirt and a golden crown stepped into the public house. It was Song Jifan. He looked at the Republic house, shook his head, and sighed. He felt more and more depressed. Why was it so difficult to get the sky-killing sword? It was far beyond his imagination. There were too many unsatisfactory things in the world. According to his original plan, after he personally made a move, Chu Li would definitely fail. Then, he would obediently hand over the sky-killing sword. From then on, he could use this sword to kill enlightened masters like killing dogs. He would be invincible. The Changshan sect would amaze the world and rise in front of the world. Then, he would quickly use his martial arts to suppress the heroes, unify the martial arts world, and only the Changshan sect would be supreme. However, he could not overcome this small hurdle that he thought would be easily overcome. He thought that Chu Li was insignificant and not worthy of his attention, but he was actually so difficult to deal with. It was really beyond his imagination. In order to deal with Chu Li, he even deviated from his original plan and became an enlightened master in advance. However, he still could not suppress Chu Li and did not get the sky-killing sword. Now that Chu Li knew the power of the sky-killing sword, he would never hand it over. If he wanted to get the sky-killing sword, he could only catch Chu Li's woman. Unfortunately, Lady Xiao was a powerful person. She was not inferior to men. She could actually withstand a few of his moves and finally attracted Chu Li. In this way, it would be useless for him to move again. Lady Xiao could call Chu Li at any time. There was only one way left. It was to deal with Chu Li's other woman, Lu Yurong. This Lu Yurong was intelligent and was said to be a beautiful woman. Chu Li was really lucky with women. However, the beautiful women in the world did not have eyes and fell for a guy like him. Thinking of this, he was very angry. He wanted to kill Chu Li with a sword and show his corpse to the world so that all women would give up. Since Lu Yurong was intelligent, she was not good at martial arts. He had to defeat her in one move to avoid Chu Li's intervention and lose the chance to force him. Thinking of this, he suddenly disappeared. The 2 Republic House protectors who were staring at him were startled. They frowned and looked at each other. They had never seen such a situation. He was clearly outside. How could he suddenly disappear? Song Jifan's figure was faintly discernible. He quickly shuttled around a Republic House and appeared in the backyard. In the gazebo of the back garden, Lu Yurong was playing the zither with her head lowered. Her white hands gently and slowly strummed the strings. Her movements were elegant and calm. The sound of the zither was beautiful and pleasant to listen to. It was like a clear spring hitting a small stone, or like a rolling jade bead. Song Jifan suddenly froze. Looking at her jade face and listening to the zither, he was actually somewhat entranced. He didn't want to disturb her playing. After some thought, he decided to wait for a while. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after she was done playing the zither. As an enlightened master, once he was hidden in the void, grandmasters would not be able to detect him. This was the confidence of an enlightened master, and it was a way to look down on grandmasters. However, Chu Li was the only exception. The sound of Lu Yurong's zither gradually changed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 9 women in the backyard suddenly floated, and then with Lu Yurong as the center, they formed the 9 Heavens Mystic Ladies formation. Their auras instantly circulated, and the 10 of them became one. The sound of the zither became more and more urgent. A huge figure appeared in the void behind her. It was the 9 Heavens Mystic Lady with her clothes fluttering in the wind. However, it was her face. Her beautiful face was as cold as frost, as if she was untainted by the mortal world. Song Jifan felt something was wrong. The 9 Heavens Mystic Lady's eyes were staring at the void where he was. It was obvious that she had discovered him. He couldn't care less about the beautiful sound of the zither anymore. In a flash, he appeared behind Lu Yurong and reached out with his hand. The sound of the zither stopped abruptly. Lu Yurong reached out with her white, jade-like right palm. Bang! An explosive sound was heard. The gauze curtains in the gazebo fluttered as if a strong wind was blowing. Lu Yurong, along with the garden stool that she was sitting on, slid backward and crashed into Juju. Huh! The 9 women shouted one after another. At the same time, they reached out with their palms and injected their inner energy into Lu Yurong's body. The 9 Heavens Mystic Lady in the void above Lu Yurong's head gently separated and suddenly split into 9 shadows. Then, they landed in the void above the 9 women and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy in the sky. As soon as the spiritual energy was absorbed, the originally faint shadows suddenly solidified. The 10-9 Heavens Mystic Ladies absorbed the spiritual energy at the same time and connected with each other. Finally, the 9-9 Heavens Mystic Ladies suddenly clapped their palms, and all their inner energy was injected into the 9 Heavens Mystic Lady in the void above Lu Yurong's head. The 9 Heavens Mystic Lady suddenly lit up. It was as if Lu Yurong had been enlarged by about 10 times. She was 17 meters tall and stood majestically. Her face was clear, and her facial features were exactly the same. Lu Yurong struck out with her palm, and the 9 Heavens Mystic Lady followed suit. Suddenly, a light fell from the sky and formed a clear palm that hit Song Jifan. The speed was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. Song Jifan frowned and suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared behind Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong's body did not move, but her palm suddenly appeared in front of Song Jifan and faced his heart-eroding palm. Bang! In a loud bang, Song Jifan flipped and flew out of the gazebo. He looked at Lu Yurong in surprise. He didn't expect this woman to be so difficult to deal with. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shrunk his body. He performed the sacrificial divine power and then used the 3 vital fingers. Swoosh! A black light seemed to appear in the sky. It seemed slow, but it was incomparably fast. It came in front of Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong struck out with her palm. Bang! She flew out. The veil wrapped around her body and fluttered in the air. Chu Li moved and suddenly looked at Lu Yurong's direction. He turned his head and said, "Brother Lu, I have something urgent to attend to. I will leave first. Goodbye." After saying that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Lu Jun to speak. Lu Jun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Chu Li was already gone. Lu Jun shook his head in confusion. He frowned and looked in the direction where Chu Li disappeared. What happened? This elder Bai was so impatient. He was not as calm and sly as he used to be. Song Jifan chased him into the sky and was about to use another heart-eroding palm. Chu Li suddenly appeared in the void and reached out to hold Lu Yurong's waist. "You don't have to come. I can handle it." Lu Yurong frowned. Chu Li smiled and looked at Song Jifan. Song Jifan suddenly disappeared. Lu Yurong was stunned. She looked at Chu Li and then looked around. She was worried that Song Jifan was going to plot against Chu Li, so she hid in the void. However, the Empyrean fairy's senses told her that Song Jifan really left. This was a little strange. It was a little scary. Song Jifan should not be like this, right? Chu Li put her down gently. He noticed that Lu Yurong's martial arts had improved greatly. She was not heavily injured and was recovering quickly. She could actually dispel the enlightened master's inner energy. He was really impressed. "Thank you for reminding me," Lu Yurong said. "I was always prepared. Otherwise, he would have succeeded." Chu Li nodded. Lu Yurong chuckled and said, "Say, if I really fell into his hands, would you trade or not?" "Of course I would trade." Chu Li smiled. "The sky regaining sword is a dead object. If I lose it, I could just get it back. At least you have a conscience." Lu Yurong said, "What do you think you would do next? If the third lady can't do it, I can't do it either. You won't give up, right?" Chu Li shook his head. This was also what he wanted to know. He did not know how many enlightened master martial arts Song Jifan had, and he had not mastered it. If he really settled down and cultivated for a while, he would have a headache. But he could not kill him now. There would be endless trouble. Chapter 1656. Lu Yurong said, "Actually, I should have shown weakness." The two came to the gazebo and sat down. The torn gauze curtain was taken away by a maid. The original Empyrean fairy formation also dispersed. Another maid brought over a cup of tea and smiled at Chu Li. They did not know that Chu Li was their fake son-in-law and thought that he was the real one. Now that he appeared in time, most of their anger dissipated and they could smile at him. Lu Yurong took the teacup and gave it to Chu Li. Chu Li took a sip and smiled. "You don't have to do this. Song Jifan is a tough nut to crack. It's best not to provoke him." Lu Yurong smiled. His martial arts is great, but his mind is just average. If it was her with her martial arts, she would have forced Chu Li to hand over the Sky Killer Sword. He would not be in such a difficult situation. It was laughable and pitiful, but also annoying and hateful. Chu Li said, "Don't underestimate him. He is a smart person. It's just that he hasn't experienced enough, so his experience and mind haven't matured yet. If he is given a few more years, he will become very scary." "He is a big problem now." Lu Yurong nodded. "The best way is to give him a taste of his own medicine." Chu Li smiled. "That's what I was thinking." Chu Li had told Lu Yurong in advance to be careful of Song Jifan. He did not expect it to be true. Song Jifan was a little rigid and willful. He would go down a dark path and not turn around until he hit a wall. This was also because his path was too smooth. Although there were constraints in the church, he could do everything as he wished and eventually became like this. "You came here in such a hurry. Is it troublesome?" Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li shook his head. This was actually a hidden danger. Lu Jun might be suspicious of him, especially Elder Fong. He could not let his guard down. She might be watching him closely, looking for his flaws. Song Jifan trusted him so easily and let him enter the floating mountain because of Elder Fong. It was clear that Elder Fong was deeply trusted by him and was strong enough. Chu Li frowned when he thought about the spiritual ocean and her aura. The spiritual ocean formed after the spirit tiger's death was so powerful that it was even more powerful than the enlightened God field. It was truly terrifying. Back then, he had also seen spirit tigers riding spirit cranes and flying over the spirit tiger mountain. Now that he thought about it, those spirit tigers were either not real spirit tigers, or they could not be bothered with him. Or perhaps his cultivation was too weak back then, and he did not realize how terrifying they were. Now that he thought about it, his actions back then made him break out in cold sweat. It really was too dangerous. Lu Yurong pondered, how did this guy become an enlightened master? When Chu Li told her about the transformation pill, Lu Yurong frowned. You can spread this news. All the enlightened masters in the world will feel threatened and unite against a common enemy. This will save you some effort. That's what I was thinking. Chuli nodded. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. Looks like you're going to look for the Saintess. Chuli smiled. That's what I was thinking. Then what are you waiting for? Go. Lu Yurong scoffed. Chuli gave a fist salute and smiled. I'll be going then. As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared from the gazebo. Lu Yurong picked up his teacup and splashed the tea. One of the maids pouted and wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. She felt that it was unfair for her young lady. Chuli did not look like a husband at all. He disappeared for no reason and only saw her 2 or 3 times a month. Such a beautiful young lady was given the cold shoulder. Was Third Lady Xiao really that beautiful? The Divine Light Basilica was bright. The midday sun shone on the Great Light Peak, illuminating the crystal-clear Great Light Peak. It was clear and flawless, without a trace of pollution. When the followers of the Divine Light Church saw it, they could not help but feel holy. Chuli suddenly appeared in the Divine Light Basilica with Li Ming. Sun Mingwei, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, was reading a dossier. When she sensed the 2 of them, she looked up with bright eyes. Master. Li Ming bowed obediently. Sun Mingwei nodded and looked at Chuli. Chuli sized her up and felt a sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, Sure enough, your strength has increased greatly. Sun Mingyue's enlightened god field was about 5 times stronger than before. Standing close to her, he felt as if he was being stabbed by a knife. Fortunately, his physique was different and had surpassed the level of mortals. Even if it was a little painful, he would not be hurt, so he ignored it. Since the enlightened god field was 5 times stronger, her strength would only increase even more. It was likely to be 6 or 7 times stronger. You know about it? Sun Mingwei asked. Chuli nodded. Seems like you're going to deal with Song Jifan, right? Yes. Sun Mingwei nodded. But, Chuli said, you know about the Outland too? Master told me in my dream, Sun Mingwei said. The Great Light Scripture has this effect. Chuli suddenly understood. What about Song Wuji? Sun Mingwei furrowed her brows and sighed. Master advised me not to do anything rash. Song Wuji is not someone to be trifled with. His methods are too cruel, but Master is not afraid. She has already entered the Azura realm, and Song Wuji's hands cannot touch her. Master is afraid that something bad will happen to me. Chuli nodded slowly. A deva descends. Then it's better if you don't do anything. Once Song Jifan was killed, with Song Wuji's overbearing temper, he would definitely take revenge. A deva descends to take the murderer's life. He was proficient in the cultivation method of the transformation pill. He could even refine an enlightened master into a transformation pill. To an enlightened master, it was terrifying. From what Zhou Dunley said, Chuli could vaguely guess that Song Wuji was a big shot in the Outland. He had an overbearing temper. Once Song Jifan died, he would definitely descend and refine the enlightened masters who killed Song Jifan into transformation pills. It would be too late for the Outland to pursue the matter. If I don't do anything, I won't be able to get over it. Sun Mingwei sighed. Chuli pondered. Then let's wait. I guess all the enlightened masters are thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. Such a big world is controlled by a small Song Jifan. What a joke. It's because Song Wuji is here. Chuli smiled. Let's do it this way. Spread 2 pieces of news. The first is the method to become an enlightened master and the refining method of the transformation pill. The second is that once Song Jifan obtains the Sky Killer Sword, he can kill them, just like how Song Wuji killed the enlightened masters. He told them the refining method of the transformation pill and the Sky Killer Sword combined with the Sky Killer Scripture. Its power could easily kill an enlightened master. Once these 2 pieces of news spread, the enlightened masters who were dragging their feet would definitely take action. They would die sooner or later anyway. As an enlightened master, how could they disrespect their dignity? It was better to die with a bang. Okay, Sun Mingwen nodded slowly. I'm just worried that this will hurt their vitality. Chuli smiled. This is what the Outland should be concerned about. He hated the Outland to the core. They were so useless. They sent an enlightened master, but failed to kill Song Jifan. It was disadvantageous. Why didn't they send a stronger deva? Although a stronger deva could still kill him. Sun Mingwe glanced at Li Ming, who had her eyes wide open. She's not bad, right? Not bad. Chu Li smiled. Li Ming let out a sigh of relief and looked at Chu Li gratefully. Sun Mingwe said, "Look at her. She's not so impetuous anymore. It seems that she's trained her temperament. Leave it to me." Chu Li smiled and waved his hand. "I'll go back first." Sun Mingwe glanced at Li Ming. Li Ming quickly said, "Don't worry, master. I'll be obedient." Chapter 1657. Sun Mingwe nodded in satisfaction. Just as Chu Li was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and revealed a strange smile. Sun Mingwe saw his strange smile. "What is it?" Chu Li smiled. "An old friend is here." Sun Mingwe pondered. Could it be that Song Jifan? Chu Li nodded. "I didn't expect him to come here. Did he hear some rumors?" Sun Mingwe glared at him and scoffed. "What rumors?" Chu Li smiled and shook his head. This Song Jifan was really interesting. He wanted to beat up all the women he was close with. He really did not want to give up. Logically speaking, it was difficult to spread his relationship with Sun Mingwe because only a few people knew about it, and they were all enlightened masters who would not easily share such gossip with others. Sun Mingwe scoffed. Is he going to start killing enlightened masters? He probably thinks that I'm the newest enlightened master and the easiest to kill. Chu Li slowly nodded. Very likely. Song Jifan's art of ageless live forever was a devouring technique, which allowed him to devour others to strengthen himself. It was similar to the spirit-devouring turtle. He had been forced into a corner by Yang Qi and was anxious for quick results. The art of ageless live forever was the best method. Devouring grandmasters was not enough to strengthen him. Enlightened masters were the most suitable. Sun Mingwe was a new enlightened master. She was the weakest and the easiest to deal with. Of course, he had to find the softest one. Sun Mingwe raised her voice. "Come." Doing in her green robe, fluttered into the hall. "Leader, tell the disciples at the foot of the mountain not to stop him. Let him come directly to the Divine Light Basilica," Sun Mingwe said. "Yes." Du Ying retreated gently, glancing at Chu Li before leaving. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Du Ying smiled and fluttered out of the basilica. Li Ming saw their subtle expressions and was secretly surprised. Could it be related to Du Ying? Sun Mingwe said, "Chu Li, you should hide first." "That's boring." Chu Li smiled. "I want to see Leader Song's expression. Don't attack first. I want to test his strength." Sun Mingwe said, "He must be a powerful master to make the grandmasters so nervous. I haven't fought much after becoming an enlightened master." Chu Li smiled and nodded. He activated the life and death scripture and retracted his aura. It was as if he had become one with the void, becoming one with heaven and man. If one closed their eyes, they would not be able to sense his existence. He had completely disappeared. "Ha!" Song Jifan's laughter could be heard before he arrived. He was dressed in a green robe and had a golden crown on his head. He strode into the Divine Light Hall, cupped his fists, and said to Sun Mingwe, "I'm Song Jifan, the leader of the Changshan sect. Nice to meet you, Leader Sun." Sun Mingwe had already put on a white veil, and her jade-like face was covered. Only her clear eyes could be seen as she looked at him indifferently. "Cult Master Song, why have you graced us with your presence? I wouldn't dare to advise you." Song Jifan laughed heartily. His gaze was completely captivated by Sun Mingwe's bright eyes, and he could not tear his gaze away. He gave a fist salute and smiled. "I've long heard of the Holy Church of Light's saint's great name. I've come to learn a thing or two from you. Are you here to kill me?" Sun Mingwe asked calmly. "Of course not." Song Jifan shook his head and smiled. "I've long heard of your great name, but I really don't mean to offend you. I'm only here to learn a thing or two from you. After all, I've just become an enlightened master, and I'm not too familiar with enlightened masters yet." He originally harbored the intention to kill this youngest enlightened master and turn him into his own strength to strengthen himself. Then he would deal with Chu Li's woman, and it would be a piece of cake. When Chu Li rushed over to help, he saw that he had already succeeded, so he had no choice but to hand over the Sky Killer Sword in exchange for Sun Mingwe. When he thought of that moment, he was inexplicably excited, and he could not wait to kill Sun Mingyue. However, the moment he saw Sun Mingyue, he suddenly changed his mind. He, who was naturally affectionate, was instantly captivated by Sun Mingyue's bright eyes. He felt that there was nothing more beautiful than this pair of bright eyes in the world. They were clear and cold, indifferent and proud. What a charming pair of eyes! Even Third Lady Xiao and Lady Lu were astonishingly beautiful. Their beautiful eyes could not be compared to this pair of bright eyes, which were truly untainted by the mundane world. A woman with such a pair of bright eyes, even if she had an ordinary appearance, was enough to charm anyone. Sun Mingyue said calmly, "Cult leader Song, I'm very busy. I don't have the time to spar with you. Please leave." This, Song Jifan did not expect her to be so cold and distant. No matter what, he was considered handsome, and his background was high enough to be worthy of her. So why was she so heartless and cold? Cult leader Song, I understand your intention. I've already received a warning from the Outland. I heard that you want to kill all the enlightened masters, Sun Mingyue said calmly. Hee, how is that possible? The Outland is too exaggerated. How can I kill all the enlightened masters? Song Jifan shook his head and laughed. Could it be that cult leader Sun believes this nonsense? I have to be on guard, Sun Mingyue said. Facing someone who wants to kill me, it's better to be careful. Hee, cult leader Sun is too careful. Song Jifan shook his head and laughed. I'm also someone who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Chu Li coughed softly and smiled. Cult leader Song, we meet again. He suddenly released his aura, as if he had suddenly drilled out of the void. Song Jifan was stunned. He suddenly noticed Chu Li, and his expression changed. His smile froze on his handsome face, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Chu, why are you here? Chu Li smiled. Could it be that this is the Longevity Church, and cult leader Song is controlling too much? Song Jifan looked at Chu Li, then looked at Sun Mingyue and frowned. You? He felt extremely uncomfortable, and endless anger surged. Could it be that all the beauties in the world were in love with Chu Li and fell in his hands? This was too unfair. Where was he? Chu Li said, I have some friendship with cult leader Sun. I didn't expect cult leader Song to know about this. You're really amazing. What friendship do you have? Chu Li, you already have Third Lady Xiao and Lady Lu. Song Jifan was inexplicably jealous. Chu Li waved his hand and laughed. Cult leader Song, are you going to fight? Chu Li, don't worry. One day I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Song Jifan said coldly, then turned to Sun Mingyue and closed fist saluted. Cult leader Sun, I advise you to stay away from him. He's not a good person. Come visit him another day. He suddenly disappeared after he finished speaking. Sun Mingyue was stunned. She looked at the direction where he disappeared, then looked at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. He really left. How is that possible? Sun Mingyue was shocked. She thought it would be a fierce battle, and even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and she needed Chu Li's help to barely hold on. She never thought that Song Jifan would leave in such a hurry, as if he was fleeing in a panic. Chu Li smiled. He suffered a few losses in my hands, and now he's learned. When did you become so powerful? Sun Mingyue laughed. She looked at Chu Li, and felt that Chu Li's skill was more refined and pure, but not much stronger. Chu Li said, he forced me to keep moving forward, and now I can barely suppress him, but you still have to be careful of him. Of course. Sun Mingyue nodded. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not believe that Chu Li was more powerful than Master. The guy who wanted to kill Master was scared away by Chu Li's words. This was what it meant to be frightened. Chapter 1658. Who was it this time? Sun Mingyue asked. She focused her senses, but could only sense a faint trace. It was as if an enlightened master was approaching, but she did not know who it was. It was obvious that Chu Li's sensing ability was much better than hers. Chu Li smiled. Tang Su. He shook his head and sighed. I thought he would stay quiet for a while, but I didn't expect him to come out again. Is he trying to take advantage of the situation or to kick us when we're down? He's not here to help, Sun Mingwei said coldly. Chu Li nodded and smiled. He doesn't have good intentions. He might have sent someone to keep an eye on Great Light Peak. As soon as Song Jifan arrived, he heard the news and rushed over to watch the show. It'll be best if both of you are injured. He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If the other one is defeated, he could take advantage of the situation or deal with Song Jifan. Sun Mingwei asked, "Do you think he's going to deal with Song Jifan or me?" Song Jifan can be dealt with at any time, but you're different. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Tang Su is a vengeful person. It's all my fault. The reason why Tang Su hated Sun Mingwei was ultimately because of himself. Sun Mingwei rolled her eyes at him. Chu Li smiled. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. What are you going to do? Kill him or keep him? Sun Mingwei asked. Are you sure? The strengthening of Outland this time might cause the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weaker. He must be very powerful, and we might not be his match. I think it's better to avoid him. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. I want to see what he's capable of. If I can kill him, should I do it? It's better not to. Sun Mingwei pondered and shook her head. We're in troubled times now. If you kill him, I'm afraid the Outland will be furious. There will be endless trouble. It's not worth it. Chu Li smiled. That's true. Sun Mingwei secretly sighed in relief. She was afraid that Chu Li would not listen to her and force things. She finally sensed Tang Su's presence and raised her voice. Your Majesty, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Tang Su came, but did not show himself. He was hiding in the void, obviously trying to take advantage of the situation. Tang Su suddenly appeared in Divine Light Basilica. He wore a bright yellow robe and looked at Sun Mingwei with a complicated expression. Sun Mingwei smiled faintly. What brings you here, Your Majesty? If you want to see me killed by Song Jifan, then I will have to disappoint Your Majesty. I didn't expect Song Jifan to be so useless. Tang Su shook his head and said, to think that the realm beyond Avalon took this matter so seriously, as if they were facing a great enemy and were so nervous. Sun Mingwei asked, Your Majesty wishes for him to become stronger, as long as I can kill you. Tang Su smiled and glanced at Chu Li, who was standing quietly at the side. If that's the case, you won't be able to join forces, so there's nothing to fear. Chu Li gave a fist salute and said, Your Majesty, are you still going to kill each other when the enemy is so close? He's not worthy. Tang Su stood in the void with his hands behind his back and snorted. Chu Li shook his head. It seems like Your Majesty doesn't know how serious this matter is. I'm sure Your Majesty knows about Song Wuji back then. He personally slaughtered many enlightened masters back then, and now his descendants want to recreate that scene. Song Jifan is not Song Wuji, Tang Su said disapprovingly. Chu Li calmly said, There are many things that Your Majesty may not be aware of. Allow me to clarify your doubts. I'm all ears, Tang Su said. The two of them spoke so calmly that it was impossible to tell that they wanted to kill each other. Li Meng was confused. She thought that they would fight to the death as soon as they arrived. She did not expect them to speak so calmly. It was really strange. Chu Li said, When Song Jifan became an enlightened master, I saw it with my own eyes. He used the transformation pill to become an enlightened master. Then, the heavenly thunder struck, and a celestial came to kill him. In the end, he pretended to be dead and escaped. A celestial came? Tang Su frowned. Chu Li nodded and said, The celestial was his enemy. The temple leader of the Sacred Blood Temple would not have purposely let him go. Song Jifan cultivated the ageless longevity technique, and if he pretended to be dead, no one would have noticed. The transformation pill? Tang Su asked. Chu Li said, Your Majesty may have heard of the transformation pill. It extracts the enlightened master's vitality and imbues it into the heaven and God pill. The enlightened master will not be able to reincarnate and enter the Grandmaster's boundary. He will never be free. Tang Su's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with coldness. The air in the Divine Light Basilica seemed to have turned into a freezing swamp. The atmosphere was so cold that it was difficult to breathe. Sun Mingwe took a step back and stood in front of Li Ming. Li Ming immediately felt her breath relax. Her whole body relaxed, and her breathing became smooth again. She could not help but be speechless. The power of an enlightened master was so terrifying. Chu shook his head and said, "The reason why he kept chasing me and wanted to kill me is because of the Sky Killer Sword." Tang Su squinted and looked at him calmly. Chu said, "Your Majesty has already experienced the power of the Sky Killer Sword. It was originally Song Wuji's sword, and he used it to kill many enlightened masters. I have the Sky Killer Sword, but I only have the shape of the sword, not the essence. It is said that Song Jifan knows the Sky Killer Scripture, and this scripture is compatible with the Sky Killer Sword and Sky Killer Sword technique. Killing enlightened masters is like killing chickens. He is the second Song Wuji. That's impossible, right?" Tang Su said. Chu scoffed and said, "Then, Your Majesty, do you think the people of the Grandmaster's boundary are muddle-headed? Why did you increase your power with such great fanfare? If it was not necessary, would the Grandmaster's boundary be so abnormal? So, we have to get rid of Song Jifan first." Tang Su asked. Chu shook his head and said, "It will be difficult to kill Song Jifan." Tang Su scoffed and said, "He is not Song Wuji yet. Killing him will be easy." Chu laughed coldly and said, "If it was that easy, I would have killed him long ago." "You?" Tang Su shook his head. "Without Sun Mingwe, you are nothing." Chu smiled and his eyes flashed. Tang Su suddenly felt a splitting headache, and his vision went black. His eyes went blank for a moment, and when he regained clarity, he was already sent flying by Chu Li. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked down, there was a golden palm print on his chest, and it was clear as if there was a golden glow circulating. His body seemed to have been penetrated by the palm print, and his organs felt like they were on fire. The pain was unbearable, and he was seriously injured. "You!" He stared at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li said calmly, "Your Majesty still thinks that I can't kill you? What an evil martial art!" Tang Su gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Then why did you hold back?" Chu said, "Because Your Majesty is a smart man." Because he was a smart man, he would not be swayed by his emotions. If he knew that he was no match for him, he would not be obsessed with revenge and would temporarily let go of his hatred. More importantly, he was afraid that if he killed Tang Su, he would really become enemies with the Tang family. He might even anger the elder ancestor of the Tang family, and if another celestial being came, he would lose more than he gained. It was really unnecessary, and it was better not to provoke another celestial being at this time. Tang Su said, "Since you have such merit, why not kill Song Jifan?" Chu shook his head and said, "Because of Song Wuji." Chapter 1659. Tang Su sneered, his voice chilling to the bone. "In that case, we can't touch Song Jifan. We can beat him, we can cripple him, but we can't kill him." Chu shook his head. "I've been looking for a chance to cripple him, but he has the art of ageless longevity. He can recover immediately after being crippled, so I can't do anything to him. I can only make sure he doesn't get the Sky Killer Sword. Can you stop him from getting the Sky Killer Sword?" Tang Su frowned. "What if he attacks Goddess Attraction Mountain?" Chu said, "Goddess Attraction Mountain isn't a place he can go whenever he wants. That's not necessarily true. I know his cultivation level is very powerful. If he continues to improve, we won't be his match. If it wasn't for Grandmaster's help, a few of us would have been killed." Chu smiled. "He's always wanted to get the Sky Killer Sword before killing you guys. That's why you guys haven't been killed yet. But now it seems like he's running out of patience. The art of ageless longevity can strengthen his cultivation level by devouring others. If he defeats an enlightened master, he'll become stronger. If he defeats a few, the rest won't be his match. Why did he attack Church Leader's son? He thinks that Church Leader's son is the weakest new enlightened master. Once he defeats Church Leader's son, the next would be Ji Dynasty's enlightened master, then Zheng Dynasty's enlightened master, then Li Dynasty's enlightened master, and finally you, Your Majesty. Only by killing your majesty can he go up Goddess Attraction Mountain. Before killing all the other enlightened masters, he won't dare to go up. That makes sense. Tang Su nodded. If that's the case, we'll have to work together? Chu Li shook his head. In the end, he wants to kill the enlightened masters and create a new world that won't be controlled by Grandmaster. The right to become a god will belong to him. How ambitious. Tang Su scoffed. How could he not have the same ambition? That was why he hated those who had the same ambition and could not tolerate it. Chu Li said, although he's ambitious, it's not completely impossible. After all, he has Song Wuji behind him. All right, Chu Li, let's put our grudges aside. Tang Su pondered and said slowly, let's deal with Song Jifan first. Chu Li smiled. I thought your majesty said that we'll forget our grudges. That's impossible. Tang Su shook his head. You wouldn't believe me even if I said that. All right, I'll trust his majesty this time. Let's put aside our grudges and deal with Song Jifan first. Chu Li said, the best idea is to capture him and imprison him. After we've crippled him, we'll send someone to keep an eye on him at all times to prevent him from recovering. Otherwise, if we give him a chance, he'll be able to come back from the dead. He might even become stronger and become a bigger problem. Is Cult Master Sun involved in this matter? Tang Su looked at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe said faintly, it's my duty. All right. Tang Su laughed and said, as expected, a woman is not inferior to a man, being so straightforward and efficient. I will find someone to discuss this with and strive for us heavenly deities to join hands to restrain him and cripple him. Does he really think that we heavenly deities are made of clay to be manipulated by him? Chu Li said, I'd like to remind you to be careful, your majesty. He's not the only one in the Longevity Church. There are many other masters in hiding, so you must act quickly and covertly. Otherwise, if the Longevity Church finds out, there will be more variables. All right, I'll play it safe. Tang Su nodded. Chu Li, you're not involved? Chu Li shook his head and said, I won't be involved. After all, he's only a grandmaster, not an enlightened master like you. All right, Tang Su said, then wait for my good news, Cult Master Sunday. Chu Li smiled and said, His Majesty, don't play any tricks at this time, or else we'll really become enemies. I've always been aware of the severity of my actions. Tang Su scoffed and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li looked at the spot where he disappeared and shook his head. I really have to guard against him. Sun Mingwe said, I will. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Miss Li, do you have anything else to say? Li Ming quickly said, Master, take care. Sun Mingwe said faintly, listen to Chu Li in everything. Don't make your own decisions and act smart, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. Li Ming nodded vigorously. Chu Li pulled her sleeve and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the courtyard of the High Duke's public house. Chu Li pointed at the Gloriesville tree. Continue chanting. Whenever you complete your goal, you can start cultivating martial arts, so there's no rush. Yes, Li Ming answered obediently. After witnessing Chu Li's imposing manner and prestige when facing an enlightened master, she suddenly understood Master's painstaking efforts. It was indeed a rare opportunity to learn from Chu Li. Even if she knew he was making things difficult for her, she had to grit her teeth and do it well, so that he could not say anything and not embarrass Master. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in the distance and hurried to Lu Jun. Lu Jun was skinning a deer in the forest with a bonfire next to him. When he saw Chu Li, he scoffed and said, I say, Bai Li, what the hell are you doing? Why are you being so mysterious? Chu Li shook his head and sighed. One of my friends sent out an emergency signal, so I'm going to save someone. I can help too. Lu Jun scoffed. Chu Li smiled. I alone am enough, and I need to keep it a secret. You need to keep it a secret even from me? Lu Jun stared at him in dissatisfaction. Chu Li said, This is my promise to my friend, a friend who helped me gather information. I will not let a second person know about this. All right, then you do the barbecue. Lu Jun scoffed. He had nothing to say. Bai Li was very sincere in this matter. A promise was the most important thing. When the two of them rushed back to the thatched cottage in the evening 2 days later, they saw Song Ji-fan sitting at the stone table outside drinking wine. His face was flushed, and his handsome face was flushed. His eyes were bright and burning as he stared at the two of them. The sun was setting, and the sky was red. The forest beside the thatched cottage was dyed red, just like the maple leaves in late autumn. Song Ji-fan, who was dressed in green, was also dyed red. His golden crown was glowing red, and he looked even more luxurious. Bishop, Lu Jun, and Chu Li went forward to greet him. Song Ji-fan raised his blurry eyes and looked at Chu Li. He chuckled. Bali Na, it seems like you've mastered the first level. Yes, thanks to Bishop, I've mastered it. My body is much stronger now. Chu Li nodded. Song Ji-fan scoffed. It seems like you've also passed Elder Fong's test. There's no problem. Chu Li smiled. Elder Fong did see me. If that's the case, then follow me to the 100,000 hills. Song Ji-fan said. Chu Li was stunned. Bishop, you're going to the 100,000 hills? That's right, the 100,000 hills. Song Ji-fan laughed. They all think that I can't do anything to them, especially Chu Li. He really thinks that I'm at the end of my rope. I want to show him who's stronger and more worthy of a beauty. Chu Li said, Bishop, please reconsider. Lu Jun nodded. Yes, Bishop, please reconsider. The 100,000 hills is not somewhere else. You can't enter it. Song Ji-fan's face suddenly darkened. He stared at Lu Jun coldly. Why? Am I not keeping my word? Of course not. Lu Jun shook his head. But the 100,000 hills is too dangerous. Chapter 1660. Yes. Lu Jun and Chu Li looked at each other helplessly. They shook their heads, but did not dare to say more. Lu Jun could see that the bishop was unhappy. He had been defeated by Chu Li again and again. It had worn out the bishop's spirit and spirit. The original high-spirited look was gone. Now, he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. There was not much he could do. If the bishop could not defeat Chu Li, he could not either. He could only accompany the bishop to take the risk. Lu Jun tugged at his sleeve and gave him a look. The two retreated into the forest far away. He looked at Chu Li. Elder Bai, quickly go back and inform Elder Fong. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Lu Jun said, among all the elders in the cult, only Elder Fong can persuade Cult Master. We can't really let Cult Master go to the 100,000 mountains. Once he goes there, he will die without a doubt. Chu Li was confused. Is the 100,000 hills that powerful? The 100,000 hills is a forbidden area, especially for the enlightened masters. Lu Jun lowered his voice. Let me tell you, if you were weaker, you might live longer. But if you are an enlightened master, you will be killed there. There is no chance of survival. I have never heard of an enlightened master dying in there, Chu Li said. Lu Jun scoffed. That's because these enlightened masters know their place. But do you think there are only a few enlightened masters in the world, and there are no others? Chu Li looked at him thoughtfully. Lu Jun scoffed. There are many enlightened masters in private. They're just hiding. Some are in the Imperial Mausoleum. Some are in the enlightened master grounds. Those who are not have died in the 100,000 hills. Chu Li laughed. Enlightened masters died in the 100,000 hills? In short, the 100,000 hills is the tomb of the enlightened masters. We must not enter it. The bishop must have suffered a huge shock this time. Lu Jun looked worried. He shook his head. If we can't persuade the bishop, it will be over. Chu Li said, why not you? Elder Fong trusts you more. Do you think I can leave? Lu Jun scoffed. Besides, my cultivation level is far from yours. I'm not as fast as you. The most important thing now is speed. Elder Bai, don't dawdle. Let's go now. Just send a message to Elder Fong directly, Chu Li said with a smile. Why go through so much trouble? I'm sure we'll be able to contact Elder Fong. Lu Jun snorted. How am I qualified to contact Elder Fong? Only the cult master can use the 1,000-mile sound transmission snail. All right. Chu Li nodded. He understood Song Ji-fan's intentions. He wanted to enter the 100,000 mountains and devour spirit beasts to strengthen himself. It seemed that devouring spirit beasts was more beneficial than devouring deities, and his cultivation would increase faster. However, this was also an extremely risky move. Once the enlightened realm god stepped into the 100,000 mountains, he would be sensed by the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. The second, first, and even supreme spirit beasts would rush over to kill him. Even if Song Wuji descended, he would not be a match for them, let alone Song Jifan. He speculated that Song Jifan must have something to rely on. The biggest possibility was that he had a treasure that could hide his aura. Quick, let's go. Lu Jun hurriedly glanced at the thatched cottage outside the forest. Cult Master drank too much. When he wakes up, I'll tell him that you haven't returned yet and that he's mistaken. All right. Chuli closed fists, saluted, and turned to leave. Lu Jun watched him leave and let out a long sigh of relief. He then looked worriedly at Song Jifan, who was far away. He shook his head and went forward to pour wine for him. He wanted to make the cult master even more drunk and sleep deeper. This would delay him more and buy enough time for Chuli. Chuli appeared on the floating mountain. He walked quickly along the north-south avenue in the west. He suddenly stopped halfway as 3 young men blocked his way. All of them wore red robes and had white powder on their faces. They looked quite scary. Chuli frowned and looked at the 3 of them. He closed fists, saluted. Greetings, Senior Brother Nyo. The young man in the red robe waved his hand. You're Bailey Na who just joined the cult, right? That's right. Chuli nodded. Neo Jean snorted. Very good. Since you're a newcomer, you're a junior brother. We won't judge based on age. What orders do you have for me, Senior Brother Nyo? Chuli asked. As a new junior brother, shouldn't you give us a toast? Neo Jean chuckled. He looked at the other 2 young men. Don't you think so? If we don't treat junior brother Bailey and Na to a meal, everyone will say that the floating mountain is not warm enough. That's right. The other 2 young men quickly nodded and chuckled. We should treat junior brother Bailey, Na, to a meal. All right, let's go to the Fortune restaurant. Neo Jean laughed. Chuli shook his head. I appreciate Senior Brother Nyo and the other 2 senior brothers' good intentions. Let's do it another day. I have something to report to Elder Fong this time. Yo, using Elder Fong to pressure us. Neo Jean chuckled. Do you think we're useless and useless? That's why you don't want to accept our invitation? Chuli said, Senior Brother Nyo, you misunderstood. I don't mean that. However, this matter is really important and cannot be delayed. I hope Senior Brother Nyo and the other 2 senior brothers can forgive me. Goodbye. He walked forward after he finished speaking. Neo Jean and the other 2 stood in front of him and blocked the way. There was only enough space for 1 person to pass between every 2 people. If Chuli wanted to move forward, he would have to pass through one of the gaps. He did not want to know that the 3 of them would definitely take the opportunity to provoke him. As long as there was physical contact, they would definitely take the opportunity to attack him. It was only natural for them to take him down a notch. Chuli shook his head and smiled. His body suddenly flashed, and he passed through the gap between the 2 of them. His current cultivation level was at Bailey Na's level. It was not too strong, but not too weak either. It was comparable to them by a level. However, the 3 of them suddenly changed their bodies and collided with Chuli. Neo Jean shouted, Junior Brother Bailey Na, we don't have any other intentions. Don't fight. Even if Chuli did not want to collide with them, the 3 of them had already collided with him. Chuli quickly retreated and avoided the collision of the 3 of them. He avoided it by a hair's breadth. It was a close shave. The 3 of them's expressions changed slightly. They felt that they had encountered a tough opponent. They had already used all their strength to activate their heart techniques, but they could not touch this old man in front of them. They could not tell that he was a master of body movement technique. They had really underestimated this old man. Chuli shouted, Senior Brother Nyo, if you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for not taking into consideration our friendship as fellow disciples. Who's being unreasonable? You're the one who bumped into us. How dare you say that we're unreasonable? Neo Jean shouted. I must demand an explanation today. Old man, what right do you have to look down on Senior Brother? Chuli raised his voice. Elder Fong, I have something to report. His voice shook the sky and echoed throughout the floating mountain. He felt that Elder Fong was hiding in the dark and watching. He wanted to take the opportunity to find out the truth about him. At the same time, he wanted to take the opportunity to teach Neo-Jean and the other two a lesson. He wanted to help the bishop vent his anger and intimidate those old men so that they would behave themselves. However, this shout forced Elder Fong to reveal himself. He could no longer hide. "Come to the Heavens Punishment Hall." Elder Fong's low and hoarse voice reverberated above the floating mountain. Chu Li raised his voice and shouted, "Yes." As he spoke, he looked at Neo-Jean and the other two. Neo-Jean and the other two's faces were covered with white powder. It was impossible to see the changes in their expressions. However, looking at their sharp eyes, it was obvious that they hated Chu Li. Chapter 1661. Neo-Jean gritted his teeth as he stared at his back. He watched as Chu Li left and disappeared at the end of the street. The people around avoided Chu Li and looked at the three of them with disdain. Even the children who were playing around looked at them as if they were pests. Neo-Jean scoffed. "What an arrogant old man. Brother Neo, he's so old. He's not easy to deal with. We're wrong. We shouldn't have used this method. We've underestimated him," a young man said softly. "Yes, we should have arranged it well and done it flawlessly. We were too careless this time." The other young man nodded. Neo-Jean stared at them and scoffed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We didn't expect this old man to be so hard to deal with." They scratched their heads and chuckled. Neo-Jean scoffed. "All right, we'll remember this. There'll be a chance to get back at him. He has to come back." "Yes, yes." The two young men nodded. Chu Li strode to the Heavens Punishment Hall. He closed fists saluted outside the hall and said, "Disciple Bailey Na greets the hall leader. Come in." Elder Fong said calmly with a low, raspy, yet alluring voice. Chu Li stepped into the hall. Suddenly, the sea of spiritual energy surged and drowned him in an instant. Chu Li took a deep breath and held on, not allowing himself to retreat. His face began to turn red, but he held on. Like a reef, he stood there steadily. Elder Fong wore a dark green gown and looked at him calmly. "What's going on? You came back yourself to pass the message on behalf of young Liu, right? You even went behind the bishop's back?" Chu Li said slowly. "Elder Fong has divine foresight. We were the ones who went behind the bishop's back. Disobeying orders is a serious crime. Do you know your crime?" Elder Fong sat lazily on the armchair and said, "Logically, my martial arts should be abolished and I'll be expelled from the church. I'll be left to fend for myself." Chu Li said, "I'm willing to be punished, but before that, I have to tell the bishop." "Speak," Elder Fong said. Chu Li said, "The bishop is heading to 100,000 Hills, so we need Elder Fong to persuade the bishop." 100,000 mountains? Elder Fong frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "You want to go to 100,000 mountains?" Chu Li nodded slowly, his expression solemn. "When we met up with the bishop was drowning his sorrows in wine. Seizing the heavenly sword was not going smoothly, so he decided to go to the 100,000 Hills. He must surpass Chu Li. Looks like this Chu Li is a powerful character." Elder Fong said plainly, "To be able to suppress the cult master, it is very rare in this world. The cult master's luck is indeed not good." Chu Li hurriedly said, "Elder, it's better for you to go and persuade the bishop as soon as possible. If he really enters 100,000 Hills, everything will be too late. Do you think the cult leader is an impulsive and reckless person?" Elder Fong scoffed. "You underestimate the cult leader." Chu Li was stunned. Could it be that the bishop has a way to enter and exit the 100,000 Hills? Will he be safe and sound? Although I can't come out unscathed, it's not a problem for me to escape unscathed." Elder Fong said plainly, "Therefore, all of you are worrying blindly and losing confidence in cult leader. This is truly unforgivable." "Yes, I know my mistake." Chu Li closed fists saluted and said in a deep voice, "I'm willing to accept the punishment. This time, seeing that all of you are wholeheartedly working for the cult leader, this is rare. I can delay the severe punishment." Elder Fong waved her hand and said, "But don't think that you can escape. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. Rules are rules. No matter what the situation is, The rules cannot be broken. Yes, Chu Li nodded. Elder Fong stood up from the armchair. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly discernible under her dark green gown. She was graceful and moving. When Chu Li thought that she was already more than 300 years old, he could not help but sigh. Presumably, there were countless women who wanted to be like Elder Fong, forever youthful and always looking like a 20-year-old woman. However, if it was really achieved, it would really be a strange feeling. Elder Fong said, "If you break the rules again, you'll be punished for both crimes. Not only will you be expelled from the cult, but your life will also be taken. Don't treat my words as a joke. I always do what I say." Yes, Chu Li closed fists saluted and nodded solemnly. "Forget it. You may go." Elder Fong waved her hand. Chu Li said, "Elder, are you not going?" "There's no need for me to go." Elder Fong shook her head. Chu Li pondered for a while and said, "I think it's better for Elder Fong to go. I can see that the bishop has suffered a huge blow. It hasn't been going well, and he hasn't been able to obtain the Sky Regal sword. He's on the verge of exploding. I'm afraid that the bishop will do something that he will regret." Elder Fong pondered and slowly nodded. "You're right." Chu Li smiled. Although the bishop is wise and powerful, he is still young. He has experienced too few setbacks and blows. He can't practice the principle that life is long. He should look far ahead and not be calculative about momentary gains and losses. "Shut up," Elder Fong scoffed. "Don't take advantage of your seniority." "Yes." Chu Li immediately shut his mouth. Elder Fong said, "You may go. I will go there myself." Chu Li closed fists saluted and was about to leave. Elder Fong continued, "Regarding Niu Jin and the other two, it's best that you don't offend them." Chu Li turned his head and looked at her. Elder Fong said, "Niu Jin and the other two's ancestors are the elders of the cult. If you offend them, you know the consequences." Chu Li said, "Can the elders of the cult make things difficult for me for no reason?" "They can't." Elder Fong shook her head. "But they could say a few bad words at crucial times. When that happens, you won't even have a place to cry." Chu Li smiled bitterly. "I've already offended them. Then be careful in the future." Elder Fong smiled faintly. Chu Li felt her bad taste. She purposely made him feel scared. He closed fists saluted. "Yes." He turned and strode away. After leaving the basilica, he left the floating mountain. The floating mountain did not seem to be wary of the outside world. It allowed him to come and go as he pleased. There was not even a hint of vigilance or interrogation. He did not return to the High Duke's public house and King Anne's imperial residence immediately because he felt a strange aura lingering around. It was not a person. This aura was faintly discernible and almost undetectable. If it were not for his extraordinarily sharp senses, he would not have noticed it. Chu Li's Heaven Star Insight was a strange skill. It could sense his location and even see his every move. If he was not mistaken, it should be Elder Fong's doing. He pretended not to know and rushed all the way back to the thatched cottage. Then, he followed Lu Jun's secret mark and chased after them day and night. Finally, he caught up with Lu Jun and Song Jifan after 3 days. At this time, Elder Fong was already beside Song Jifan. The three of them were sitting on a boulder at the peak of a mountain, drinking wine. There were also a few dishes on the table that were steaming. Lu Jun was at the side pouring wine for the two of them. He looked down. When Chu Li arrived, he was already travel-worn, and his face was covered in frost. However, he was full of vigor, and his eyes shone brighter than before. His body looked younger than before. This was the effect of the ageless longevity technique. Elder Fong put down her wine glass and looked at him with a faint smile. Chu Li closed fists saluted the two of them and stood beside Lu Jun. "Bishop, you know about these two fellas, right?" Elder Fong smiled and said lazily, "Why is Bailey Non nowhere to be seen?" Chapter 1662. They are worried that you are hot-headed and want to enter the 100,000 hills. Elder Fong smiled sweetly. "It seems that you have no such intention." Song Jifan stared at Lu Jun and Chu Li. He sighed and shook his head. "Elder Fong, I want to go in and have a look." "Oh." Elder Fong smiled sweetly. You must have a reason to go to the 100,000 hills. Yes, Song Jifan said. If we don't enter the 100,000 hills, our plan will be delayed for more than a year. We don't even know if we can succeed after a year. Elder Fong frowned. If that's the case, Chuli is very difficult to deal with. Very difficult. Song Jifan shook his head and sighed. I never thought I would meet such an opponent. He is specially designed to restrain me. Elder Fong said, why don't I try? Song Jifan shook his head. Elder Fong, I am now an enlightened master. My cultivation level is higher than yours, and I am no match for Chuli. Elder Fong, you are no match either. You don't have to die. Elder Fong chuckled. Sometimes you don't have to use martial arts. You can use other methods. Chuli is young. He must be in his youth. Song Jifan frowned. Elder Fong, forget it. His wife is the third lady of the public house. She is beautiful. The other is the lady of the Ren public house. She is also a rare beauty. In other words, they are better than me. Elder Fong was surprised. Song Jifan sighed. They are not inferior to you. Elder Fong nodded. She understood that the two women were better than her. The bishop just wanted to save her face. Since Chuli cannot, how about getting close to his wife? Elder Fong smiled. I will pretend to be someone who does not know martial arts. I don't think I will be a cold-hearted person when I get close to them. No. Song Jifan shook his head. Elder Fong said, this is the only way. As long as we can get close to his wife and kidnap them, will we still be afraid that Chuli will not hand over the Sky Killer sword? Third Lady Xiao and Lady Lu are both top-notch in martial arts. Song Jifan looked embarrassed. I'm afraid. Elder Fong pursed her lips and laughed. It seems that not only my appearance is not as good as theirs, but my martial arts is also not as good as theirs. Song Jifan sighed helplessly and did not refute. Elder Fong shook her head. This Chuli is really... Does Bishop have to enter the 100,000 hills? This is the only way. Song Jifan said, I've tried to kill an enlightened master before, but I was unlucky enough to meet Chuli. He ruined my plan. From then on, the news of me killing an enlightened master will spread all over the world. They'll all be on guard, so it won't be that easy. Without the heaven-killing sword, killing deities wouldn't be that easy, and the ageless longevity technique wouldn't be able to reach that level of power. Therefore, he had to find another way. It's that Chuli again. Elder Fong scoffed. If we don't get rid of this person, the longevity church won't be able to prosper. As long as we get out of the 100,000 hills this time, we will definitely be able to kill Chuli. Song Jifan scoffed. The me outside the 100,000 hills will not be the same me now. Elder Fong said, even with the protection of treasures, there is still danger. The spirit beasts are very scary. We have to take some risks. Song Jifan smiled. With the spirit tiger pill in hand, all beasts will retreat, and it can hide our aura. They won't notice that I'm going in, and I won't be too greedy. I'll retreat after killing a dozen or so spirit beasts. All right, Elder Fong sighed. Then please be careful, Bishop. I still have a lot of things to do. How can I die? Song Jifan said, you don't have to follow me. Elder Fong said, since Bishop insists on this, I won't try to persuade you. I wish you success. Lu Jun stared at Elder Fong anxiously. Elder Fong glanced at him and said, you don't know what the spirit tiger pill is, do you? Please enlighten me. Elder Fong, Lu Jun hurriedly said. Elder Fong said, the spirit tiger pill is a pill left behind by the spirit tiger after it ascended to heaven. It's similar to the enlightened master's heaven and God pill. This pill contains the aura of the spirit tiger, as if the spirit tiger had personally arrived. This time, Bishop won't bring you in because you won't be able to withstand the aura of the spirit tiger. What if there's really a spirit beast looking for trouble with the spirit tiger? Lu Jun hurriedly said, the spirit tiger isn't invincible, right? It has enemies too, right? There aren't many spirit beasts in the 100,000 hills that will look for trouble with the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger is a rank 1 spirit beast. The 100,000 hills is so big. How can we just bump into it? Elder Fong shook her head and said, Lu Jun said, "What if we bump into it?" Bumping into a spirit beast that dares to look for trouble with the spirit tiger is like walking and bumping into a meteorite falling on your head. Elder Fong smiled and said, "If that's the case, we can only blame our bad luck." "All right." Lu Jun nodded unwillingly. Song Jifan scoffed and said, "Enough? Gather, retreat, and steal the stalk. Apologize, and even the beard. Delicate and fake gathering. No, Meng, yes, Bishop." Lu Jun closed fist saluted. Song Jifan looked at Chu Li, "Bailey Na, it's best if you don't get close to Chongming Town and stay away from the Yi public house. You're not their match yet. Don't even think about revenge and bring about your own destruction." Chu Li said, "Don't worry, Bishop. I can handle it. I want to isolate myself for a while now." "Very well." Song Jifan nodded slowly. Elder Fong smiled and said, "Then let's go our separate ways. Be careful, Bishop." As soon as she finished speaking, she floated away like a lotus leaf and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Song Jifan glared at Lu Jun and scoffed, "Meddlesome." Lu Jun lowered his head and said nothing. He still did not feel that he was worried. No matter what, 100,000 Hills was an extremely dangerous place. After Song Jifan left, Chu Li wanted to find a place to isolate himself. Lu Jun originally wanted to persuade him to go back, but after hearing that Chu Li had offended Niu Jin and the other two, he immediately gave up on the idea. It was better to be outside. Niu Jin and the other two were not good people. They were the most shameless and would definitely pester him endlessly. It would be difficult for him to cultivate when he returned, let alone isolate himself. Chu Li found a cave and sat in it to start channeling the art of eternal youth. He could feel that the force that was checking on him had not dissipated yet. Elder Fong was still monitoring him. It seemed that she was still not at ease and was really careful. However, this would be troublesome. With the spirit tiger pill, they could run amok in 100,000 Hills? Their thinking was too simple and too naive. The spirit beasts in 100,000 Hills were not as incompetent as imagined. They could not tell the difference between a real spirit tiger and a fake one. If Song Jifan attracted the attention of a rank 1 spirit beast, or even a supreme rank spirit beast, he would definitely die. Even if Song Wuji came later, it would be useless. The power of the spirit beasts was beyond imagination. Maybe even Song Jifan's soul would be destroyed. Thinking of this, Chu Li smiled. He even had the intention to add fuel to the fire, but after thinking about it, he gave up. 100,000 Hills was too dangerous. If he went in, he might not be able to escape unscathed, even if he rode the white dragon. It was really not worth it to die because of Song Jifan. However, letting Song Wuji devour the spirit beast to strengthen himself would not work. If Song Wuji really grew up, the first person he would kill would be him. Chu Li thought about it, got up and left the cave, heading toward the peak. As he floated, when he was about to reach the peak, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He had already entered a formation. Chapter 1663. P.S. The 51st Alliance Leader is born. The Alliance Leader, Blue Shadow T. As soon as he entered the formation, Chu Li immediately activated the life and death scripture and released his originally hidden aura, completely isolating the strange aura on his body. Elder Fong could no longer sense him. The next moment, he disappeared from the formation and appeared at the Spirit Crane's peak. As soon as he appeared, 2 white lights shot towards him. The 2 cranes pounced towards him at a faster speed than before. Their claws were sharp, and their wings slashed down like blades. The claws and wings combined, faintly carrying an exquisite technique. The 2 spirit cranes were extremely intelligent, even more so than humans. When they fought with Chu Li, they learned his techniques and even refined them into techniques that suited them. It was an exquisite and peerless technique. Chu Li instantly laughed heartily. He had not seen them for a long time. After getting rid of the threat of the spirit-devouring turtle, he had been busy with mundane matters and had no time to spare. Bam, 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 bam. The 2 cranes and 1 man fought into a ball. The dull explosion was continuous, and the ground was a mess. The two cranes' current strength and speed were terrifyingly powerful. Chuli was also not the same as before. They had both reached the peak level, and their fight was earth-shattering. In the distance, the two spirit cranes stood on the treetops and sized them up. After a while, Chu Li and the two spirit cranes finally stopped fighting. He affectionately patted their backs and ate a fragrant exotic fruit before disappearing. He appeared beside the ice pool. The white dragon and the spirit-devouring turtle were floating lazily on the ice pool. One dragon and one turtle did not care about each other and swam separately. The spirit-devouring turtle and the white dragon had endured loneliness for a long time. They did not find it difficult to stay still with nothing to do. The entire ice pool seemed to have stopped, and Chuli could not help but laugh. Sensing his appearance, the two spirit beasts turned their heads. The white dragon let out a soft roar, and the water of the icy pond immediately lifted it up. It swayed in the air and instantly shot towards Chu Li, wanting to pounce on him. Chu Li hurriedly flipped over and leaped onto its back, activating the dragon taming technique. The white dragon complained in its heart and wanted to return to Endyuan Valley. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Although the spiritual energy in Endyuan Valley was scarce, it had lived here for too long after all. Its feelings were strong. Gold or silver nests were not as good as its own kennel. It was obvious that it was homesick living here. In the beginning, it still felt that the spiritual chi here was rich and extremely comfortable. It was so happy that it didn't want to return to Juyuan Valley. But as time passed, it slowly lost the novelty and excitement of seeing the rich spiritual chi for the first time, so it wanted to go back to its nest. It was still more comfortable to stay in its nest. Chuli thought about it. The white dragon was no longer the same as before. It was already a rank 2 spirit beast. If it caused trouble outside of Endyuan Valley, it would be a disaster level. Who knew how many people would die? Fortunately, its ferocious nature was slowly worn down under his influence. Moreover, it would not come into contact with ordinary people while staying in Endyuan Valley. Thus, he passed on his thoughts to the white dragon. As long as this matter was settled, he would bring it back to Juyuan Valley. White Dragon immediately dove into the icy pond excitedly. Instantly, the pond water surged and raging waves surged into the sky, causing the spirit-devouring turtle to let out a cry of awe, complaining that it was making a ruckus. Chuli floated to the shell of the spirit-devouring turtle. The aura of the dragon taming technique was activated, and both of them were connected. Chuli passed on his thoughts to it, and he also transmitted Song Jifan's appearance into its heart. He asked it to send a message to the spirit beasts in 100,000 Hills. There would be a human who would enter the mountains with the spirit tiger pill. He would devour the spirit beasts to strengthen himself, and he would be the leader of the longevity sect. The spirit-devouring turtle nodded slowly and turned to look at the white dragon. Its body that was as huge as a hill suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared 100 meters away and disappeared again in a flash until there was no trace of it. Chuli looked at the white dragon. The white dragon let out a long woo sound. A light breeze blew and slowly lifted it up. It slowly rose into the sky like a cloud. Clouds and mist gathered around its body unknowingly, covering its body. It rose higher and finally disappeared into the clouds and mist in the sky. Although the white dragon was the lowest level of dragons, it was already a dragon and could control the wind and clouds. Chuli smiled. This time, let's see if Song Jifan will die or not. An emerald figure appeared outside the formation where Chuli had landed. Elder Fong, who was dressed in an emerald gown, appeared outside the formation. She looked at the formation in confusion. This was indeed a powerful formation, but she did not know why it had appeared here. It was very strange. This place was extremely remote and rarely visited by people. Could it be that she was a hermit? If that was the case, it was unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse for Baili Na to fall into this formation. He might even have a fortuitous encounter. However, Baili Na's cultivation level was extremely high now. Even if he obtained other mystical skills, he might not be able to cultivate it. She waited outside the formation for an hour, but there was still no movement. She was hesitant. Should she break into the formation to take a look? Using the secret skill would consume one's lifespan. This was a common problem of the secret skill to break formations. There was no other way to break the formation. The older she got, the more she knew how precious lifespan was. She treasured it very much and was reluctant to use it. She was already more than 300 years old. No matter how strong her cultivation level was, if she could not become an enlightened master, she would only have half of her lifespan left. Now, she saw the hope of the Changshan church rising. If the church leader almost unified this world before she died and was about to become an enlightened master, then she would be too unlucky. She might only be short of 8 to 10 years, to shore the lifespan to use the secret skill. After another hour, she could not help but want to go in. She did not want to see Bai Li Na's fate. She wanted to save Bai Li Na. There were no feelings for a new disciple of the church. She just wanted to verify if her thoughts were wrong. There must be something wrong with this Bai Li Na. Otherwise, how could he know the Jade script and understand the first heart formula of the art of eternal agility? If this Bai Li Na was someone with ulterior motives, or even from other sects, then there would be endless trouble. The Changshan church was extremely powerful, but all the powerful sects were not destroyed by the outside world, but by internal strife. Thinking of this, she felt like she was being bitten by ants. She could not help but use the secret skill anymore. The secret skill circulated a layer of inexplicable brilliance. Her light body leaped forward into the forest. The scenery in front of her was chaotic. Light and shadow flashed, and there were even distorted images. Looking at it made her feel annoyed and nauseous. When her vision suddenly became clear, she had already broken the formation and entered the inside. This formation was an external protection formation. It only targeted people outside the formation. There was no obstruction inside the formation. She could clearly see everything inside the formation. There was no shadow of Chu Li. It was just an empty pine forest. She sneered. There was indeed something wrong with this Bai Li Na. Her intuition was right. It was a joke for a lonely soul to learn the Jade script. She knew how much effort it took to learn it. Even if this guy was smart, it would be difficult for him to learn it from a wandering old monk. This was just a lie. She did not believe it. She glided in the forest and did not let go of any corner of the formation. There was no one else in the formation. However, he could not sense Bai Li Na at this moment. He must have discovered the chi that he had left on him and removed it. This meant that Bai Li Na's cultivation was not what he had shown. His cultivation was far higher than his, and was not inferior to his. She sneered and turned to leave the formation. She thought quickly and decided to inform the bishop. Although the bishop might be entering 100,000 hills and should not be distracted, he needed to be more vigilant. If this Bai Li Na wanted to harm the bishop, it would be much easier to make a move after gaining the bishop's trust. Chapter 1664. Just as she was about to move, Chu Li's voice came from behind. Elder Fong. She quickly turned her head and saw Chu Li gliding over on the treetops. You? Elder Fong frowned and stared at him. How did you get out? Chu Li smiled. Why are you here, Elder Fong? I accidentally entered the formation and spent a lot of effort to get out. How did you get out? Elder Fong scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. I was lucky. I accidentally obtained a formation-breaking talisman and used it to get out. Why did you take so long with the formation-breaking talisman? Elder Fong squinted her bright and charming eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, what kind of formation-breaking talisman is it? Chu Li replied, I don't know either. I was reluctant to use it. The formation-breaking talisman is too precious. I wanted to break the formation myself, but unfortunately, my formation cultivation is still half-baked. I spent a lot of effort, but failed. In the end, I had to use the formation-breaking talisman. He shook his head and sighed. He looked like he was in pain. Elder Fong said indifferently, You know array formations? Chu Li smiled and said proudly, I know a thing or two. Elder Fong, don't underestimate me. I have a wide range of interests, and I'm well versed in all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge. Although I only know a little, it's still very useful during crucial moments. I've been disrespectful. Elder Fong scoffed. Her voice was hoarse and low, sweet and seductive. Chu Li smiled. Elder Fong, why are you here and coincidentally in front of the formation? Is Elder Fong looking for me? That's right. I followed you here. Elder Fong nodded slowly. The smile on Chu Li's face disappeared. He asked, Elder Fong, what do you mean? I don't trust you. Elder Fong said calmly. The bishop entrusted the Heaven's Punishment Hall with the mission of eliminating traitors. He trusts us. The Heaven's Punishment Hall will never allow a spy to sneak in. Chu Li's face darkened. He scoffed coldly. Elder Fong thinks that I'm a spy. You're not right, Elder Fong said. Chu Li said, I'd like to hear the details. I've dedicated my loyalty to the bishop and the Longevity Church, but this is how I've been treated. It's really despicable. The big sects all have this rule. The first step is to enter the sect and make contributions. The second step is to pass the test of innocence. Elder Fong said, You can't be naive enough to think that you can gain everyone's trust and join the cult just because you have performed meritorious deeds. Of course, Chu Li said, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. My loyalty is as good as the sun and the moon. Elder Fong snorted softly and said, Loyalty can be faked. All you have to do is come up with a trick or two. However, it is impossible to hide from my eyes. Bailey Na, who exactly are you? Chu Li sighed and said, I'm really wronged. If it weren't for my body, I wouldn't have risked my life like this. The art of eternal agility is where my only hope of survival lies. That's why I've risked my life to be loyal to the bishop. In the end, I've been suspected. I want to see the bishop and ask him personally if he suspects me. You've mastered the first level of the ageless longevity technique, right? Elder Fong asked. Chu Li nodded proudly. Although my aptitude is mediocre, it's not too bad. I've mastered it. That's good. I just want to ask why you're proficient in the Jade writings. Don't tell me about that old monk. Elder Fong said lazily, the complexity and difficulty of the Jade writings. I have experienced it firsthand. Without decades of hard work, it's impossible to master it. After learning from the old monk for a while, it's already good enough to recognize a few Jade writings. Chu Li thought for a while and shook his head. My memory is excellent. I have a photographic memory. It's useless even if you have photographic memory. Elder Fong scoffed. There aren't many words in the Jade writings. It's easy to memorize them. However, to really master it requires hard work. Chu Li sighed and said, All right, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, my knowledge of the Jade writings is just passable. I can understand the first level of the art of eternal agility because the bishop had passed me the incantation of the first level. I've also cultivated it for a while. That's why I can master it so quickly. The bishop has passed you the incantation? Elder Fong nodded slowly. It was too difficult to master the first level with just the incantation. It must have been a test from the bishop. He felt that his aptitude was passable, so he agreed to join the church. It was really rare to be able to enter the church with just the incantation. However, the first level of the heart technique in the Tower of Mystical Techniques was much more detailed. There were many detailed explanations. It was the complete first level of the heart technique. It would allow people to have a clearer understanding and understanding of the art of eternal agility. It was no wonder that he could master the first level so quickly. He was indeed a genius in martial arts. Moreover, he was especially suitable to cultivate a heart technique like the art of eternal agility. Chu Li said proudly, Elder Fong, are you relieved now? No, you're very suspicious. Elder Fong shook her head. Chu Li's face darkened. He scoffed. Could it be that I've offended Elder Fong somewhere, and you're purposely looking for trouble? That's right. I just don't like you and want to beat you up. Elder Fong nodded and said lightly, Then I'll have to ask for Elder Fong's wisdom. Chu Li said coldly. He looked as if he could not bear it anymore. He took a deep breath and slowly channeled. Elder Fong suddenly closed in and punched out. Her fair little hand clenched into a fist. It was exquisite, like a lover's flirting. However, Chu Li extended his palm as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bang! Both of them took 2 steps back. Chu Li's feet fluttered as he kept dispersing the fist force. Footprints that were 3 inches deep were left in the direction where he stopped. They were as clear as a brand. Chu Li took a deep breath. His face was flushed. Elder Fong has a good cultivation level. Elder Fong's fist force was strong and fierce. It was filled with murderous intent. It was even more ferocious than a man's. You're not bad either. Elder Fong scoffed. Again. She punched again. Her fair fist was like a copper hammer. Bang, 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 bang. Both of them exchanged more than 10 blows in one breath. Chu Li kept retreating and dispersing the force. A series of footprints led from their original position to a distance of a mile. They fought from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain and entered into a dense forest. Chu Li suddenly stepped on a towering tree. He went around the tree and stepped on the treetop. He looked down from above. Elder Fong, let's stop here. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he went deep into the forest and disappeared. Elder Fong squinted her bright eyes and glanced at him lazily. She did not chase after him. From the looks of it, Bailey Na was no longer a suspect. However, she trusted her intuition more. There was something wrong with Bailey Na. Even if he was not a spy, he must be hiding something. She must find him out. At this moment, Song Ji-fan was wearing a green robe and a golden crown. He was at the border of 100,000 hills. He took out a green jade box. It was about the size of a palm. It was warm and shiny, as if autumn water was flowing in it. He slowly opened the small box. A golden bead the size of a fist appeared. In an instant, spiritual energy surged. Dense spiritual energy surged from all directions. Clouds appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a sea of spiritual energy had formed. Chapter 1665. Song Ji-fan took a deep breath and showed an excited expression. There was only one spirit tiger elixir in the Changshin sect, and it was extremely precious. He was able to have such a profound cultivation at such a young age because of this spirit tiger elixir. With the help of this elixir, he could immerse himself in the spiritual ocean and cultivate at a very fast speed, much faster than in the 100,000 hills. When others were in the spiritual ocean, they would feel like they were trapped in a huge wave and could not hold on for more than a few breaths. However, because of the golden crown on his head, he could ignore the pressure and monstrous aura and could cultivate in it calmly. This golden crown was the real treasure. It was a divine item that was passed down by the bishop of the Changshin sect. As soon as the spirit tiger elixir appeared, he calmed down and immediately stepped forward into the 100,000 hills. The existence of the spirit tiger elixir was no different from a spirit tiger. Wherever it passed, the spirit beast seemed to have disappeared. The spirit beast's intuition was sharper and stronger than that of humans. They sensed the aura of the spirit tiger elixir from afar and avoided it so that Song Ji-fan could not see it. Song Ji-fan realized that even with the spirit tiger elixir, he could not find the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts that were not afraid of the spirit tiger elixir would not be weaker than the second rank or even the first rank. He did not have the guts to provoke such spirit beasts. He only wanted to find a few spirit beasts below the second rank to devour. The spirit beasts were far stronger than humans. After devouring them, he would definitely surpass Chu Li and beat him up. As soon as he thought about beating Chu Li into a sorry state, he felt energized and continued to stride forward. After walking for 100 miles, he frowned. Everywhere he passed was quiet, and there were only some strange flowers and plants. However, he wasn't interested in them. He didn't lack spirit pills or medicines. He only lacked spirit beasts. He stopped and thought for a while. He decided to keep the spirit tiger elixir and devour a few spirit beasts with his cultivation. When the first-rank spirit beast sensed that he was an enlightened master, he would take out the spirit tiger elixir to bluff his way through. Thinking about this, He took out a jade box and put the spirit tiger elixir inside. The enlightened master's field spread out. Woo! A loud roar was heard. He shivered inexplicably, and his entire body tensed up. Every single hair on his body stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine from the top of his head to his entire body. He couldn't help but have a strong urge to turn around and run. However, when he touched the warm jade box in his bosom, he regained his composure. Then he recalled how he had beaten Chuli up so badly that he peed in his pants. Once again, he perked up and continued to stride into the mountains. He wanted to devour one or two small beasts before those high-grade spirit beasts arrived. Whoa! An earth-shattering roar suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Jifan's expression changed slightly as 10 spirit tigers, 10 Shilants, and 10 vermilion birds appeared above his head. They stepped on the void and stood beneath the clouds, completely blocking the sunlight above him and forming a shadow that enveloped him. The spirit beasts looked down at him from thousands of meters away. Their gazes were calm, as if they were looking at an ant. Song Jifan quickly took out the jade box from his bosom and took out the spirit tiger elixir. Suddenly, the sea of spiritual energy surged, and the spirit tiger's aura filled the air, completely covering his aura. He raised his head and looked at the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts didn't look very tall. Although they were standing on the clouds, he wasn't afraid. As long as he had the spirit tiger elixir, he could hide from the spirit beasts. Spirit beasts could not be identified by their appearance, but by their spirit beast elixir. Some spirit beasts had the ability to change their appearance, but their spirit beast elixir couldn't. He quietly sized up the spirit beasts. As time passed, they didn't attack, which made him calmer and more confident. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that his method really wouldn't work. These spirit beasts were too sensitive to the aura of an enlightened master. Moreover, the speed of first-rank spirit beasts and supreme-rank spirit beasts was too shocking. It was impossible for him to catch and devour spirit beasts in a short time. Could it be that his trip was going to be in vain? At the thought of this, he was extremely unwilling. In the end, he snorted and stared at the spirit beasts. After they left, he decided to continue hiding the spirit tiger elixir and go into the 100,000 mountains at full speed. He was sure that there would be some gains. Woo! The angry roar sounded again. Then, 10 spiritual energy bullets crossed thousands of meters and appeared in front of him. Bang! Song Jifan couldn't dodge in time and could only face it with all his might. He was directly hit and flew 100 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He gripped the spirit tiger elixir tightly, afraid that he would lose it. Once he let go, he would definitely die. He desperately thought about what was going on. Why did they attack him? Could it be that they were enemies of the spirit tiger? However, the spirit tiger was among those spirit beasts. As fellow spirit beasts, they should be helping each other. Or did they recognize him and think that he was a fake? He then shook his head. No matter how smart the spirit beasts were, they couldn't change their basic habits. As long as he had the spirit tiger elixir, they would think that he was the spirit tiger. Could it be that they were testing him? At the thought of this, he nodded with certainty. It should be a test. Otherwise, these spirit beasts would attack him together. As soon as he thought of this, dense spiritual energy suddenly appeared around him. Some were like a ball of flame, some were like a pool of water, and some were faintly roaring in the shape of a tiger. All of them had an aura that could shake one's heart. If it wasn't for the golden crown on his head, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure of these auras and would have directly fainted. An enlightened master couldn't withstand a single blow from these auras and was instantly defeated. However, he had the golden crown to suppress them and was not forced by the auras. He only had to face the spiritual energy attacks of these spirit beasts. Even so, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He activated the lightning manipulation step and turned into a stream of light, wanting to escape. However, the speed of these spiritual energy was even faster. Before he could escape, he was instantly caught by a stream of water. Instantly, his body was covered in a layer of white frost, and he turned into an ice sculpture. Then a few auras attacked him. Bang! His left arm exploded and turned into powder. He disappeared on the spot and appeared 10 meters away in the next moment. His face was as pale as ice, and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect the spiritual energy to lock the space. His blood escape art actually failed, losing his arm in exchange for only 10 meters, and these 10 meters could only delay him in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, these spiritual energy shrouded him again. Just as he was about to put the spirit tiger pill into his clothes, it was too late. His right arm exploded with a bang. Before the spirit tiger pill landed on the ground, he had already appeared 10 meters away. His body quickly shriveled and became shorter and skinnier like a mummy. Before those auras could reach him, he suddenly shouted, and the golden crown on his head emitted a dazzling golden light. When the golden light disappeared and the surroundings became dark again, he had already disappeared. He had completely left the 100,000 mountains and escaped the joint attack of the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts stood on the clouds and didn't come down. They only looked in the direction where he disappeared. The spirit tiger pill that fell on the ground floated up and slowly landed in front of a spirit tiger that was as large as a giant elephant. The spirit tiger stepped on the void, and its fur fluttered as if there was a strong wind following it. Chapter 1666. Bang! Song Ji-fan fell heavily in a forest. Because it was adjacent to the 100,000 mountains, the spiritual energy was rich, and the apricot forest was overgrown with weeds. The sound he made when he fell in the thick grass was dull, but the thick and soft grass protected him. He lay motionless on the ground as if he were dead. His withered body had no arms, and his green robe was swaying on his body like a child wearing an adult's clothes. It was indescribably awkward. After a long time, he raised his wrinkled face and roared to the sky. Dash! He wanted to hit the ground, but he had no arms, so he could only kick the grass. The grass was messy, and the green juice stained his white boots. He howled furiously like a wounded wolf, and it was tragic and desolate. He came with enthusiasm and hope, but he fled miserably. He was forced to give up his arms, lose hundreds of years of life, and even his most precious golden crown was damaged. It was really a terrible defeat. He shook his hair gently, and the golden crown fell to the ground. Looking at the golden crown that had lost its luster, as if it had lost its golden essence and become ordinary iron, he felt as if his heart was being twisted. Then he saw that a gem embedded in the golden crown had shattered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Dash! He roared to the sky, spat out a cloud of blood, and fell to the ground softly. At this moment, he had the idea of committing suicide. But once he committed suicide, he would be too ashamed to see his ancestors when he went to the human realm beyond heaven. So he couldn't die yet. He lay on the ground motionlessly. After a long time, a deer ran over lightly. Seeing him lying on the ground, it immediately came over curiously. Its clear eyes were bright, pure, and innocent, and it didn't seem to be afraid of people at all. Song Ji-fan suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and stared at the deer. The deer was sensitive. As soon as it sensed his murderous intent, it hurriedly ran at a fast speed. But no matter how fast it was not as fast as Song Ji-fan. Although he was withered like a dying man, Song Ji-fan's injuries were all transferred by his body, so he wasn't as weak as he had imagined. His movement technique was still surprisingly fast, and he instantly caught up with the deer. He sighed inwardly. He was in extreme despair, lamenting that his life was no better than death. Unexpectedly, a deer with such spiritual energy was sent to him. The heavens really did not abandon him. After devouring it, his arms would be able to regrow and return to their original state. It was just like when Chu Li had chopped off one of his arms and exploded the other to escape. The newly regrown arm was not weak at all. At that time, he had devoured 4 grandmasters, but now he only needed a fawn because this fawn was full of spiritual energy and was on the verge of becoming a spirit beast. He was just a step away from becoming a spirit beast. The flesh and blood of spirit beasts were a great supplement, especially to him. One spirit beast was equivalent to 10 or even 20 grandmasters. This was the unique advantage of spirit beasts. The deer cried out in panic as it fell in his Song Jifan's hands. The smile on Song Jifan's withered face grew wider and wider, and his eyes shone with excitement. Ing-ing! Suddenly, the cry of a deer could be heard nearby. A green deer turned into a ray of green light and shot towards Song Jifan. It swung its head gracefully in the air and hit Song Jifan with its antlers. Song Jifan was thrown out like a broken cloth bag and crashed heavily into an apricot tree. The golden apricots fell to the ground. Song Jifan's withered face was twisted in pain. Not only was the impact of the antlers extremely painful, but there were also two strange forces that drilled into his body. It was like a knife cutting his body. He was in so much pain that he wished he could just kill himself. Ing-ing! The fawn cried out at the green deer. The green deer used its long antlers to touch the fawn and turned to look at Song Jifan. It then turned into a ray of green light and shot toward Song Jifan. Song Jifan was once again thrown out like a broken cloth bag and crashed lightly into another apricot tree. Gotcha! The apricot tree broke in half. After Song Jifan landed on the ground, there was no longer any signs of life. Ing-ing! The fawn happily jumped a few times and happily left with the green deer. After 2 hours, Song Jifan slowly woke up. The wrinkles on his face became more and more complicated. His aura was weak, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind and could die at any moment. Song Jifan sighed and shook his body, wanting to take out the only life-saving elixir he had. This elixir was a life-saving elixir. It was the only one that could save his life at the most critical moment. At this time, he had no choice but to take it. Otherwise, he might not be able to last until he used the art of eternal youth. However, after shaking for a long time, he didn't see the jade bottle fall out of his chest. So, he shook his green robe lightly, revealing only his snow-white undershirt. Looking at the empty green robe on the ground, his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Because his body had shrunk, his clothes were now empty. Originally, he had been able to hold the medicine bottle, but now he couldn't. He had never used the unaging live forever technique in such an intense way, and was inexperienced. As a result, he dropped the only life-saving spirit medicine he had. He roared at the sky. He got up and kicked the ground with all his might. One by one, the apricot trees were broken and fell to the ground. After a while, he slowly stopped. His face was red and he was panting. After venting his anger, he calmed down. The art of eternal youth could devour blood essence and inner energy, but could also devour spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was much richer than anywhere else. Cultivating here was 10 times faster than anywhere else. With his injuries, as long as he cultivated properly, he would be able to recover a bit of strength in a few days. When that time came, he could go and deal with the grandmasters and devour them to recover his arms. No matter how miserable he was still an enlightened master. However, he could forget about the spirit beasts. He was traumatized by them and didn't want to see them again. He didn't want to devour them either. He couldn't afford to provoke them. Grandmasters were better. Thinking about this, he leaped onto the treetops and found a mountain peak. Then he sat on a mountain peak and looked down at the land. As he gazed into the distance, his mind was broadened. But when he looked at the boundless mountains to the east, he saw the towering peaks that seemed to reach the sky. It was the location of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He couldn't help but feel suffocated and his face became gloomy again. He scoffed coldly, but he couldn't think of revenge. The difference was too big. Now that the golden crown was damaged, he didn't dare to face the spirit beasts in the 100,000 hills. He was already an enlightened master, but he was no different from a child in front of them. He would never be able to surpass them. He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. He began to circulate the art of eternal youth. Chuli suddenly appeared and silently sat on another mountain peak. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, Song Jifan's blood essence and inner energy flow were as clear as palm lines. The heart technique of the art of eternal youth was extremely complicated. Song Jifan directly circulated the 9th level. It was so complicated that it was dazzling. If he didn't do it himself, even if he drew a cultivation diagram, it would be difficult for others to see it clearly. This was because the route was repeated many times in one meridian. Moreover, the speed of circulation in each meridian was different. Movement and stillness alternated. This kind of fire control was a great test of one's comprehension. Chuli felt that the speed of circulation was different for each person. He needed to combine it with his own body to change it. Chapter 1667. Although the art of eternal youth was evil and overbearing, it was also exquisite. Chuli wanted to learn it not only for his own cultivation, but also for other reasons. One was the heaven-killing sword, and the heart technique of the heaven-killing script was likely related to the art of eternal youth. Without the art of eternal youth, it would be difficult to control the heaven-killing script. Secondly, it was his ambition and plan. He sat on the peak and hid himself. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the operation of the art of eternal youth and tried to use it himself. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was not that easy. Many of the meridians in the 9th level of the unaging live forever technique were blocked. Furthermore, the meridians were extremely weak and could be fatal. If it weren't for his invincible Vajra body, he would have already collapsed to the ground, and perhaps even experienced cultivation deviation. He frowned. It seemed that he had to start from the first level and progress step by step. The first few levels trained these meridians and even opened them slowly with special techniques. Without the first few levels, even if he had the invincible Vajra body, he would not be able to do anything if he rashly cultivated the later levels. He shook his head and sighed. He gave up on cultivating. The life and death scripture could not help him. Even if he were to use the life and death scripture to heal himself, he would still be in his original state. His meridians wouldn't be able to open up, and he would continue to be injured. The cycle wouldn't change, and he wouldn't be able to cultivate the 9th level of the ageless live forever technique. He pondered for a moment and was eager to do something. He had an urge to appear in front of Song Jifan and force him to tell him the heart technique of the art of eternal youth. He could force him from the 2nd level to the 8th level and then cultivate it himself. It would be easier. As soon as he thought of it, he suddenly appeared and coughed lightly. Song Jifan was shocked. The art of eternal youth sped up. He slowly opened his eyes, and his expression changed. "It's you?" Chuli smiled. "It's me. Long time no see. Why is Leader Song so miserable?" "Chuli, how did you find me?" Song Jifan frowned. As an enlightened master, his location could not be predicted. The God's field also restrained divine powers. How did Chuli find him? He had to figure this out, or he would not have peace in the future. Chuli shook his head. "Do you think the God's field can restrain all divine powers?" "Why not?" Song Jifan scoffed. He circulated the unaging live forever technique with all his might to speed up his recovery. His heart was filled with despair. This despicable bastard had come at a deadly time, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even if he could fight back, he might not be able to defeat him. Most importantly, the golden crown that could block Chu Li's strange attack was already damaged. Once the gemstone was cracked, there was no way it could be repaired. In front of Chu Li, there was no way it could fight back at all. He was determined. As long as Chu Li told him the reason, he would escape first. Chu Li said, "Cult Leader Song is very knowledgeable, so you should have heard of the all-knowing scripture, right?" "All-knowing scripture?" Song Jifan frowned and nodded slowly. "You've cultivated the all-knowing scripture?" Chu Li nodded and smiled. "You have a hint of the fragrance that I sprinkled on you. You should know what happened next." "Youth Song Master Song." "Jifan Master, Jifan Youth." "I have you." Chu Li chuckled. "As long as we can find Cult Leader Song, it doesn't matter if we're despicable or not." It's as if cult leader song is much more noble. Let's not talk about the boss anymore. Master, leader Master Li Kingdom Youth. Chu Li said, it's simple. Hand over two things, and I'll let you go, leader Song. You let me go? Song Jifan sneered with a look of disbelief. Chu Li nodded. Actually, there are too many opportunities to kill you. You should understand. Song Jifan's expression changed slightly, and he fell silent. He also felt that Chu Li could have killed him, but he had let him go. It was quite unbelievable. Chu Li said, what if you die and the heaven-killing technique is lost? You want to obtain the heaven-slaughtering art? Song Jifan asked solemnly. Chu Li said slowly, as a man, who doesn't want to kill enlightened masters like killing chickens? Everyone has such a dream, right? How about it, cult master Song? As long as you hand over the heaven-murdering art, I'll let you go. You're not a threat to me, so I don't need to kill you. Hand over the heaven-killing art, and my life will be gone. Song Jifan sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? Chu Li said, all right then, I'll settle for the next best thing. Hand over the ageless longevity technique. Impossible. Song Jifan snorted. Chu Li took 2 steps forward and got closer to him, bringing with it a stronger sense of oppression. As an enlightened master, Song Jifan actually felt oppressed in the enlightened god field, as if he was facing a powerful spirit beast. He knew that Chu Li was stronger than him, and he was too weak to fight back. With a thought, he was about to detonate his left leg to escape. Just as he was thinking, Chu Li swung his hands lightly. TSS, TSS. 2 electric lights flashed, and his left and right legs suddenly left his body. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Cult Master Song, I've used this move. You? Song Jifan clenched his teeth and stared at him. He had lost both his arms and legs, but he could still hold on with his inner energy. The roots of his legs that were cut off had already stopped bleeding. The ageless longevity technique had precise control over the body. Chu Li said, what's the 8th level of the heart technique? The omniscient mirror clearly saw in his Song Jifan's mind. The ageless longevity technique had already become Song Jifan's instinct. He did not need to think at all, and the 8th level of the heart technique naturally appeared in his mind. Chu Li scoffed. What's the 7th level of the heart technique? He did not wait for Song Jifan to think, and immediately shouted, the 6th level, the 5th level. His words came one after another, like an avalanche. He did not give Song Jifan a chance to react, and could only subconsciously flash through his mind. This was enough for Chu Li to imprint. The 2nd level? Chu Li was excited and shouted. Song Jifan looked at him as if he was an idiot. Are you crazy? Chu Li did not wait for him to speak. He only cared about himself, and directly asked from the 8th level to the 2nd level. It was as if he was in an illusion and talking to himself, which made him feel strange. Chu Li scoffed. Cult Master Song, your golden crown is a treasure, right? What is it made of? You want to know? Song Jifan smiled faintly. He made up his mind and laughed. In your dreams, Chu Li frowned. You still have this attitude at this point. Are you asking for death? That's right, I want to die. Song Jifan laughed. Chu Li, I'm just unlucky. If not, you would be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Do you really think you can get away with it in 100,000 hills? 100,000 hills. Song Jifan clenched his teeth. If it was in the past, he would not care about it. He felt that with the spirit tiger pill and the golden crown, he could freely enter and exit 100,000 hills and become an inexhaustible source of power for himself. Who would have thought that the world was difficult and wishful thinking did not work? These spirit beasts were so difficult to deal with that they could actually distinguish between the spirit tiger pill and the enlightened master. Chu Li said, Are you the only one who knows about the heaven slaughtering technique? Just give up. Song Jifan sneered. Do you really think you can do anything to me? Goodbye. Chapter 1668. Chu Li looked at the spot where Song Jifan disappeared and shook his head. He took a deep breath and smiled. He sat where Song Ji Fan was sitting and began to circulate the art of longevity. He started from the first level, then the second, the third, the fourth, all the way to the fifth level in one go. While he was cultivating the art of longevity, a spirit tiger appeared above the ice lake in the 100,000 mountains. It was as huge as an elephant, and its eyes were filled with electricity. It stood in the air leisurely and looked at the trembling white dragon and spirit-devouring turtle. After looking down at the two beasts for a long time, the spirit tiger suddenly spat out 2 streams of white gas at the two beasts. The white dragon and spirit-devouring turtle wanted to dodge, but they didn't make it in time. After the white gas entered their bodies, the two beasts started to tremble like sieves. After a long time, they slowly stopped. A pungent smell came from their bodies and lingered for a long time. The eyes of the two spirit beasts sparkled as they looked at the spirit tiger excitedly, revealing looks of gratitude. Both of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Roar! The spirit tiger suddenly let out a long roar. Instantly, it echoed in the sky. A moment later, another spirit tiger appeared in the air. This spirit tiger was much smaller than the original one. It was a head shorter and had a much shorter length as well. It stood in the air with an elegant demeanor. It held 2 black fruits in its mouth. They were about the size of a fist and were irregularly round, as if they were deformed. They didn't look like anything good at all. The two spirit beasts sized up the 2 fruits curiously and looked at the female spiritual tiger curiously. The male spirit tiger let out a low growl. The female spirit tiger let go, and the 2 fruits fell down. Suddenly, they turned into 2 streams of black light and shot into the mouths of the white dragon and spirit-devouring turtle respectively. The 2 beasts were stunned, but before they could spit them out, the fruits had already turned into a burning hot aura and entered their stomachs. The white dragon and spirit-devouring turtle were in unbearable pain, as if they had fallen into a sea of fire. They wanted to die. The white dragon wanted to roll on the ground, but was restrained by an invisible force. The spirit-devouring turtle tried to reduce its pain by ramming into the mountains beside it. However, the male spirit tiger stepped on its shell, and it couldn't move. The white dragon and the spirit-engulfing turtle couldn't even make a sound. They could only endure the pain and feel as if every day was a year. The white dragon's snow-white scales began to fall off one by one, revealing its naked body, which was trembling slightly. After a long while, a green scale slowly condensed and covered the lower part of his neck. It was exactly where the reverse scale was. Then, more green scales slowly condensed and completely wrapped around his neck. In the end, it turned into an azure dragon. The spirit-devouring turtle's shell was slowly shrinking, and the strange patterns on its shell were slowly twisting and changing, becoming more and more complex and bizarre. As the shell shrank, the patterns became more and more concentrated to the point where it was impossible to see them clearly. In the end, the entire shell was dyed azure and no longer had its original pale yellow color. The tortoise shell shrunk faster and faster. In the end, the giant tortoise that was like a hill became a turtle the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary tortoise in the river. It did not feel like a spirit beast at all. It became ordinary and extremely confusing. As the tortoise shell shrank, the male spiritual tiger shrank as well, turning into an exquisite tiger. After a long while, it suddenly leaped into the air and returned to its original mammoth-like form. The wind and clouds surged along with it. The 2 spirit beasts slowly calmed down. Their bodies felt warm and comfortable, as if they were soaking in spring water. It felt like Chu Li was using the dragon taming technique. They could not help but squint their eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Roar! The male spiritual tiger let out a low growl. The 2 spirit beasts shuddered and quickly opened their eyes to feel their own bodies. They were instantly excited. They both felt that they had advanced half a level from the original 2 levels to 1.5 levels. As long as they advanced another half a level, they would be able to become rank 1 spirit beasts. It would be an earth-shattering change. Roar, roar! The azure dragon and the spirit-engulfing turtle let out a roar at the same time. Their voices echoed throughout the sky, expressing their gratitude. After a spirit beast advanced to rank 2, it was extremely difficult to advance to rank 1. It was even more difficult than becoming an enlightened master. The 100,000 hills was too big, so the rank 1 spirit beasts and supreme spirit beasts were not small. However, it did not mean that it was easy. Now that the 2 spirit beasts had advanced half a level, it saved them thousands of years of hard cultivation. The white dragon became the azure dragon, and the spirit-engulfing turtle became the spirit-engulfing turtle. This was already a fundamental change, and it was an extremely difficult change, so they were extremely grateful. The male spiritual tiger let out a low growl and explained to them that this was their reward for delivering the message. There was no need to thank them. With their message, the Spirit Tiger clan finally gained another member. It also prevented the Spirit Tiger clan from becoming a laughingstock and being ridiculed by the spirit beasts of the 100,000 hills. The 2 spirit beasts still expressed their gratitude. The 2 spirit tigers stepped on the white clouds and slowly rose into the sky, then suddenly disappeared. The azure dragon and the spirit-engulfing turtle let out a low growl and dived into the ice pool. They fought again, and the waves of the ice pool surged into the sky. While the 2 spirit beasts were fighting, Chu-Li suddenly appeared. The azure dragon suddenly soared into the sky. With a wriggle, it appeared under Chu-Li and carried him into the sky. The clouds carried a man and a beast, and they were as fast as lightning. In an instant, they appeared in Juyuan Valley. Chu-Li could not help but laugh. He activated the dragon taming technique and felt a sense of familiarity. The white dragon had transformed into an azure dragon, and now its speed was not inferior to the void diversion. It was really fortunate. In the future, he would also have the ability to escape unscathed and could fly freely in the 100,000 hills. As long as he did not cause trouble, he would not have to worry about danger. Through the communication with the azure dragon, he found out about the spirit tiger's gratitude. He could not help but feel emotional. It seemed that he had taken the right step. Not only did he ruin Song Jifan's wishful thinking, but he also benefited from it. It was a pity that he did not get the spirit tiger pill. However, the spirit tiger pill was not too useful to him. He did not lack the spiritual energy ocean, so he could cultivate in the 100,000 hills. However, there was still a trace of regret. The spirit tiger pill must have other miraculous effects, but he just did not know about it. When he turned his head, the vitality-devouring tortoise had already appeared behind him. It was only the size of a wash basin and looked much smaller and cuter. Chu-Li smiled and patted the azure dragon, indicating that it was better to return to the 100,000 hills. They had just obtained benefits and needed to consolidate their cultivation in the environment of the 100,000 hills to prevent it from falling. The azure dragon soared into the sky again like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already returned to the sky above the ice pool. Then it slowly descended. It was carried by the clouds, as if it was being carried by a sedan bearer. It was indescribably leisurely. Chu-Li's gaze suddenly fell on a small azure sparrow. This azure sparrow was only the size of a fist. Its slender body was small and delicate, and its intelligent eyes were like glistening gems. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation on its body, as if it was an ordinary bird. However, Chu-Li felt that something was wrong. There were no ordinary wild beasts in the 100,000 hills. They were all spirit beasts. No matter how small a bird was, it was still a spirit beast. This one was indeed a little too ordinary, and there was a sense of alarm in his heart. After the god-slaying sword was formed, his senses became sharper, and he trusted his intuition more. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.